èyí túmọ̀ sí pé a ní kábàámọ̀ pé mo ṣe wá síbí kò ní rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tó dá mi lójú jùlọ nìyẹn torí pé kí ni àwọn tán mọ̀ tu ọkọ̀ ètò wa yìí àwọn tán tó gbangba sùn lọ́yẹ ni so bẹ́tẹ̀ yìí náà bá ṣe ń lọ ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ká ṣe kí ni ká farabalẹ̀ ká máa gbọ́ nǹkan táwọn elétò wa tá máa bá wa sọ jómi tó rọrọ̀ la fẹ́ ṣe lónìí kò ṣe nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé a mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ àmọ́ àlàyé àti ẹ̀kọ́ àti ohun gbàlódé nìkan tí Agricare tún mú wá tọ́mọ̀ wá sí nìyẹn ohun tuntun báyìí ló máa ń jáde láti iléeṣẹ́ wa ara àwọn nǹkan tuntun tó tún wà ń ta la tún gbé wá lónìí. ìdíwọ́ kékeré kan ló wà nílẹ̀ ní ó ti jẹ́ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò yìí àmọ́ àwọn ẹnjìníà wa wọ́n ti ń ṣe kíni wọ́n ti ń ṣe lọ díẹ̀díẹ̀. Very soon now we'll start the program. I want to say we are sorry for a little delay before starting this program. We are indeed very, very sorry. It is not our own wish to put people on the seat without starting doing something. No, we don't do it in Agricare. But what can we do when issues like this happen? These are technical issues that normally happen in programs like this. But I want to assure us very soon we will start the program. We want to thank our partners seated today here. We want to thank our fathers and our brothers from different fields, aquaculture, livestock in general. We pray our relationship will be strengthened further, and by God's grace, we shall all excel in individual business we are doing. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má bínú sí wa mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà. A ní pẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Thank you all.
Slowly at the top, money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. Ololola de mango molo, Orokoto idisho molo. If you want to let Jack come alone, you can find anybody na money I want. But they hear what people they love. Want to get a shakeleti love. This is love and I wanna get another one. I go take and do waiting I love, waiting you love. Oh, no be waiting I love. Oh, waiting I love. I go do what we done my heart. Oh, go no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger, but when I know the waste time. Mr. Money Ginger, just carry on, it be no time. Bad boy day, me I dey fine, and at the same time, me I dey high. Motor stand out, calm down, you go dey fine. Like fine wine, no decline. Sick about it, extraordinary things. Show me love, I go show you more. Bó ṣe ń ṣe, ọmọ yìí dán tẹja, ṣerékélé, mo fọ́ fáyé, yéyé. Ọlọ́ládé máa ń gbọ́mọ lọ, Ọ̀rọ̀kọ̀tọ̀ ìdí ṣọ́mọ lọ. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lọ, no dey find anybody na money I want. But they hear wetin people dey talk. Wọ́n ti gé Àṣàkẹ́ létí lọ. This is love and I wanna get another one. I go take and do wetin I love, wetin you love. Oh, no be wetin I love. Oh, wetin I love. I go do what we done my heart. Oh, no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger, but when I know the waste time. Mr. at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. Ololola de mango molo, Orokoto idisho molo. If you want to let Jack come alone, you can find anybody na money I want. Not they hear what the people they do. Want to get a shakeleti love. It's a love when I wanna get another one. I go take and do waiting I love, waiting you love. Oh, no be waiting I love. Oh, waiting I love. I go do what we done my heart. Oh, go no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger, but I know the waste time. Mr. Money Ginger, just carry on, there be no time. Bad boy day, me I dey fine, and at the same time, me I dey high. Motor most stand out, calm down, you go dey fine like fine wine, no decline. Sick about it, extraordinary things. Show me love, I go show you more. Bó ṣe ń ṣe wo bó ṣe ń ṣe ọmọ yìí dọ́ńtẹ́jà ṣerékélé mú fọ́ fàyè tí fọ́ fàyè yéyé. Ọlọ́ládé máa ń gbọ́mọ lọ Ọ̀rọ̀kọ̀tọ̀ ìdí ṣọ́mọ lọ. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lọ ní dey find anybody na money I want. No dey hear wetin people dey talk. Wọ́n ti gbé Àṣàkẹ́ létí lọ. Sí love na wanna get another one. I go take and do wetin I love, wetin you love o. Baby wetin I love o. Waiting I love, I go do what we done my heart. Go no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger, but I know the waste time. Mr. Money Ginger. It's lonely at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. Ololola de mango molo, Orokoto ìdí ṣọ́mọ lọ. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lọ ní dey find anybody na money I want. No dey hear wetin people dey talk. Wọ́n ti gbé Àṣàkẹ́ létí lọ. Sí love na wanna get another one. I go take and do wetin I love, wetin you love o. No be wetin I love o. Waiting I love, I go do what we done my heart. Go no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger, but I know the waste time. Mr. Money Ginger, just carry on, there be no time. Bad boy day, me I dey fine, and at the same time, me I dey high. Motor most stand out, calm down, you go dey fine like fine wine, no decline. Sick about it, extraordinary things. Show me love, I go show you more. Bó ṣe ń ṣe wo bó ṣe ń ṣe ọmọ yìí dọ́ńtẹ́jà ṣerékélé mú fọ́ fàyè tí fọ́ fàyè yéyé. Ọlọ́ládé máa ń gbọ́mọ lọ Ọ̀rọ̀kọ̀tọ̀ ìdí ṣọ́mọ lọ. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lọ ní dey find anybody na money I want. No dey hear wetin people dey talk. Wọ́n ti gbé Àṣàkẹ́ létí lọ. Sí love na wanna get another one. I go take and do wetin I love, wetin you love o. Baby wetin I love o. Waiting I love, I go do what we done my heart. Go no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger, but I know the waste time. Mr. Money Ginger. at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. Ololola de máa ń gbọ́ mọ́ lọ. Ọ̀rọ̀ kọ̀tọ̀ ìdí ṣọ́mọ lọ. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lọ. No dey find anybody na money I want. No dey hear wetin people dey talk. Wọ́n ti gbé Àṣàkẹ́ létí lọ. Isi love na one no get another one. I go take and do wetin I love. Wetin you love o. No be wetin I love o. Wetin I love I go do am with all my heart o. Ogogoro no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger. But una know I no dey waste time. Mr. Money Ginger. Just carry on, there be no time. Bad boy day, me I dey fine. And at the same time, me I dey high. Motroto mo stand out, calm down, you go dey fine. Like fine wine, no decline. Sick about it, extraordinary things. Show me love, I go show you more. Bó ṣe ń ṣe wo bó ṣe ń ṣe ọmọ yìí dán tẹjà ṣerékélé mú fọ́ fáyé mú ti fọ́ fáyé yéyé. Ọlọ́ládé máa ń gbọ́mọ lọ ọ̀rọ̀ kọ̀tọ̀ ìdí ṣọ́mọ lọ. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lọ. No dey find anybody na money I want. No dey hear wetin people dey talk. Wọ́n ti gbé Àṣàkẹ́ létí lọ. Isi love na one no get another one. I go take and do wetin I love. Wetin you love o. No be wetin I love o. Wetin I love I go do am with all my heart o. Ogogoro no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger. But una know I no dey waste time. Mr. Money Ginger. It's lonely at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. Ololola de máa ń gbọ́mọ lọ. Ọ̀rọ̀ kọ̀tọ̀ ìdí ṣọ́mọ lọ. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lọ. No dey find anybody na money I want. No dey hear wetin people dey talk. Wọ́n ti gbé Àṣàkẹ́ létí lọ. Isi love na one no get another one. I go take and do wetin I love. Wetin you love o. No be wetin I love o. Wetin I love I go do am with all my heart o. Ogogoro no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger. But una know I no dey waste time. Mr. Money Ginger. Just carry on, there be no time. Bad boy day, me I dey fine. And at the same time, me I dey high. Motroto mo stand out, calm down, you go dey fine. Like fine wine, no decline. Sick about it, extraordinary things. Show me love, I go show you more. Bó ṣe ń ṣe wo bó ṣe ń ṣe ọmọ yìí dán tẹjà ṣerékélé mú fọ́ fáyé mú ti fọ́ fáyé yéyé. Ọlọ́ládé máa ń gbọ́mọ lọ ọ̀rọ̀ kọ̀tọ̀ ìdí ṣọ́mọ lọ. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lọ. No dey find anybody na money I want. No dey hear wetin people dey talk. Wọ́n ti gbé Àṣàkẹ́ létí lọ. Isi love na one no get another one. I go take and do wetin I love. Wetin you love o. No be wetin I love o. Wetin I love I go do am with all my heart o. Ogogoro no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger. But una know I no dey waste time. Mr. Money Ginger. at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. Ololola de mango molo, orokoto idisho molo. If you want to let Jack come alone, need to find anybody na money I want. Not they hear what people they talk. Want to get a shakeleti love. This is love and I wanna get another one. I go take and do waiting I love, waiting you love. Oh, no be waiting I love. Oh, waiting I love. I go do what we done my heart. Oh, go no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger, but I know the waste time. Mr. Money Ginger, just carry on, there be no time. Bad boy day, me I day fine, and at the same time, me I day high. Motrotomo stand out, calm down, you go day fine like fine wine, no decline. Sick about it, extraordinary things. Show me love, I go show you more. Bó ṣe ń ṣe wo bó ṣe ń ṣe ọmọ yìí dán tẹjà ṣerékélé mú fọ́ fàyè mo ti fọ́ fàyè yéyé. Ọlọ́ládé máa ń gbọ́mọ lọ kọ̀rọ̀kọ̀tọ̀ ìdí ṣọ́mọ lọ. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lọ ní to find anybody na money I want. But they hear wetin people dey talk. Wọ́n ti gé àṣàkẹ́ létí lọ. Sí love na wanna get another one. I go take and do wetin I love, wetin you love o. Baby wetin I love o. I love, I go do how we do my heart. Go no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger, but I know the ways that Mr. Money Ginger. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. They see me coming, then they shout hallelujah. Every day it be like a new year. Overseas they want chop me like suya. I know big dog, but this do ya. Tire so greasy, he dey dance like Chris Breezy, easy. On my wrist, they cold, they freeze you. Them know they call me Mr. Money for no reason. I see they go, I'm a piano. We go show, we go let them know. Now we dey run the town and any show bigger than any woe, stronger than any foe. Bad man flows, put them on their toes, on the low, the girl them know. My bed is short, South Jamo, Colorado, pass me the fatty jumbo. Piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know.
Yeah, would you call? Ọkọ̀ ní gíràn, bad bitches want to wọlé ṣẹ́rí wọn. Turn me up, oya carry on. Shake your caravan for the Don Corleone. What the fuck, get it on the floor. I can never fall, RIP to 44. I'm trading all of my sorrow now for my peace. I'm glad I made it, had a belly, I'm the beast. From the ground up, niggas stand up. See the fandom, we know they do random. But we done shine down, and then they never done. I'm telling y'all, better get the memorandum. One thing I know, I'm a piano, all of my piano. No Messi, I know, Italiano, Lucky Luciano, killing bitches, all I know.
Piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. I see they go, I'm a piano. We go show, we go let them know. Now we dey run the town and any show bigger than any woe, stronger than any foe. Bad man flows, put them on their toes, on the low, the girl them know. My bed do short down South Jamo, Colorado, pass me the fatty jumbo. Olalade mi Ashake. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. They see me coming, then they shout hallelujah. Every day it be like a new year. Overseas they want chop me like suya. Omo I know big dog, but this dunya. Tire so greasy, he dey dance like Chris Breezy, easy. Omo my wrist, they cold, they freeze you. Them know they call me Mr. Money for no reason. I see they go, I'm a piano. We go show, we go let them know. Now we dey run the town and any show bigger than any woe, stronger than any foe. Bad man flows, put them on their toes, on the low. The girl them know. My bed is short, South Jamo, Colorado. Pass me the fatty jumbo. Piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know.
Yeah, would you call? Okonigiran. Bad bitches want to wale sherry one. Turn me up, we are carry on. Shake your caravan for the Don Corleone. What the fuck? Get it on the floor. I can never fall. RIP to 44. I'm trading all of my sorrow now for my peace. I'm glad I made it out of belly of the beast. From the ground up, niggas stand up. See the fandom, we know did the random. But we done shine down, and then it never done. I'm telling y'all, better get the memorandum. One thing I know, I'm a piano. All of my piano. No Messi, I know. Italiano, Lucky Luciano. Killing bitches, all I know.
Piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. I see they go, I'm a piano. We go show, we go let them know. Now we dey run the town and any show bigger than any woe, stronger than any foe. Bad man flows, put them on their toes, on the low, the girl them know. My bed is short down South Jamo, Colorado. Pass me the fatty jumbo. Olalade mi Ashake.
Yeah, saying they think about it. I got the bitch by the bar trying to get a drink about it. Them know.
Olalade mi Ashake. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know.
start the program now. We are so sorry to start. Please, we duly apologized. So we are starting now, and we have to give honor to whom honor is due, giving glory to God for giving us opportunity to be here this morning. So I would like to...
Olalade ni Asake.
I'm a beyond.
Good morning, everyone. We thank God for bringing us all here. Every bit of a thing that we are here for, shall be benefit. So we also pray for all the resource persons, each and every time they are returning to their destinations. May God sees them through. We pray for each and every participant here too, for safe trip back to our destinations. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghayril maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amen.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor. So like I said, we are starting now, and we want to welcome everyone for coming for this presentation out of our busy schedule. We want to really appreciate you for coming, and I want to assure you that coming here today, your time will worth it. We will ensure that we give you all the necessary information that we need to improve our business, to improve our farm, and our lives in general. So as a way of introduction, I want to call on is a major driver that drives Agricare Std Plus, is our father, is a mentor to several of us. In Agricare, is our mentor in Agricare, and for several other people, even not in Agricare. I want to call on and invite our MD CEO for the opening speech. I want to call on Mr. Fidelis Nworu for the opening speech.
What is it? Okay, good morning to all of you. Good morning. Yes, before I say anything, I believe you deserve my apologies. On behalf of the team, we are very, very sorry for the delay we caused all of you. We actually arrived in Ilorin very early this morning. By 5 minutes past 8, we were here, but other circumstances kept us away from getting here on time. So please accept our apologies sincerely. I want to personally thank all of you, the people of Ilorin, and other people who have made it from different places to honor this invitation by Agricare. I want to say we are very, very thankful to all of you. And also the team from Europe. We have a lot of them whom one by one will have something very, very meaningful to present to our people here. I like to say this. I don't want to make this speech very a prolonged one, but there are a lot of people. Mr. Femi will come over later on, and do some recognitions, but before then, I want to say that personally, I'm very, very grateful to so many people here. I can't say all of them by names, but we have a lot of names here. Femi will go about that. If you check the history of Agricare seminar these days, Ilorin, or so to say Kwara State, has become very, very strategic to it. I think some few months back we were here. We also organized a seminar. So some time ago too, we were here. We also organized a seminar, and today we are also here. The question is, are there other places that we could have chosen to organize seminars? Yes, there are. There are so many other places. But Agricare had made it very, very important to come closer to the people of Kwara State because of your effort yourself that we have recognized, and we are always coming here, and we will keep coming here to work together to grow our businesses together. And I know particularly this is also a very difficult time, a very turbulent moment in the history of Nigeria as regards to the livestock industry, particularly the poultry. And we felt it is really, really very important to come together, to rub minds together, to see, actually to let you all know that in the difficult times we are all together. We are never going to part. To see how we can rub minds together, to reason together, to grow together, to stick together in this difficult moment, so that by the time the storm is over, we will look back and say, Agricare never left us alone during the time of turbulence. So particularly, we are very much grateful to be here at this moment, and we hope all that we have to present to all of you who are here present will be profitable to what you do on your daily basis and what you are going to do to grow your business. It is always my great intention for the people of Kwara State. Is a state from what I've studied over the course of time since I've been coming here. It's a state that very many people, young people, are involved in agriculture and in the livestock, in the aqua business, and so many. So the young people are the future, and the young people are the business of tomorrow. So Kwara State is having tomorrow already. And it is our own responsibility to train these young people so that they will be better off tomorrow in the course of providing food for the nation and Kwara State in particular. So we are very grateful to be here. Particularly, I'm grateful to be here. I will always look forward to be here. And any opportunity to train people with our European partners, I will always nominate Kwara to be part of it so that we will all benefit both locally and internationally know-how. So once again, I accept my apologies for the delay, but I promise you the delay will worth it at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the introduction from MD CEO of Agricare Std Plus Nigeria. We also want to have an introduction from Miavit, Germany, and I want to call on Mr. Pablo for his introduction. Please make him feel welcome. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Femi. Thank you, Mr. Fidelis. Thank you, everybody, for coming. And as all of the team already said, sorry, very sorry for the delay. Okay? Because this delay, and I don't want to make my speech longer, okay? Because you didn't came today to hear me. You came here to hear the experts, okay? So I will make it quite short. Many of you already know Miavit from some years ago, because we are already in Nigeria time ago, okay? But I would like to make a very short introduction, okay, about what is our company and what are we doing. Okay, we are based in Germany. We are still a family company, and here we have the 3 generations of the business in the company. Okay. So our core business is animal nutrition. Not only we have some other small businesses in parallel, but our core business is animal nutrition. Mainly with some of the products that we are already trading in Nigeria, like premixes that you can see many of them over there, liquid products that we have for solving problems mainly in poultry. We also trade with some raw materials, like you can see over there the monensin, for example, and we can also do some private label solutions, but at the end this is not significant. We like to focus in your problems, in the problems of our customers, and try to give them solutions, okay? That's why here we can have a look down in the screen that we have feed additives department, farm animal, farm line department, aquaculture experts, also toxin binder experts. So we have really people to help you specifically in each topic. Okay. Okay, this is our headquarters that we have in Germany, in Essen-Oldenburg, close to Bremen, more or less. Okay, and all that you see in yellow, it's Miavit. But I think it's easier to have a. Can you please push the play? I think it's easier when we have just a look. No, go back. Play. No. Let's see. Okay. Doesn't want to work. Maybe get the presentation, but it should work. Sorry. Okay, anyway, what I am trying to show here is it's a video, fly over all the factory, okay, so you can have a look, have a vision about our dimension and the capabilities we have, okay, mainly here in Germany. Let's see now, last chance, if not, we continue. No? Okay, we continue. Okay, a part of the headquarters in Germany, where I can speak it by voice, where we have 11 production lines for premixes and a full factory only dedicated to liquids. We have, beside that, we have also a factory in Spain, close to Barcelona, and also a factory in Vietnam. And in the next year, we will have a factory in Turkey, in Izmir. Okay, so Miavit is clearly in a interesting international expansion. Okay. Here is a little bit the map with the countries that we are working on. We are working today actively in more than 80 countries in the world. Okay, the last area of the world that we are coming into has been America. Okay, that we started three years ago, more or less. and we are already quite active there, okay? As you can see in red, you find Spain, Germany, Vietnam, you cannot see it, and also Turkey will come in red because it's the countries that we are having really a factory, a production unit there. It's not moving. Can you just go one? Sorry for that. Now, good, great. Thank you very much. Okay. Then, as I was saying already before, we are having really experts in each species and in each department, let me say, okay? So we have solutions in the feed additive, in the farm line, because they are completely different. Sometimes it's to apply it in the feed, and sometimes we need to apply directly in the water, to get a quick answer to problems. We have an aquaculture department that Hamed will later explain a little bit. Also toxin binder experts, and also we are coming into the business of antioxidants. But the important thing of that is that all this is supported with a team behind. So it's not just one person doing all. No, we have a person of more than 20 people doing all this job. Then we came to Premix. Premix is our first business and still our biggest business. Okay, we are really expert in premix. We are the German leader. Okay, by far to the second. So also in Spain we are in the top 3, and Germany and Spain are both one of the major markets for feed worldwide. Let me say. Okay, so as I said before, also 11 production lines. Let's see if now we are lucky and we can have a look. Try to push the play. No. Okay. Leave it. Okay. The video was intended to show you inside. We record the video of a modern premise factory, so you can have a look about how it's looking the technology inside. No, because just imagine we have 400 raw materials, and then you need to keep about the traceability, quality of them, packaging, logistics, everything. It's a lot behind just one bag of these ones. Then we also have liquids. Also, again, I suppose also it's not working. Try, but okay. We have a full liquid factory with a capacity to produce more than 3 million liters a year of liquid solutions. Okay, mainly focused in poultry, but not only. We also have some swine, and we are coming also with aqua solutions in liquid form to apply it on top of the feed. Okay, for special situations and special solutions. Then we arrive to the end, and we need to talk about quality. As a German company, quality is there. Quality is a must, no? And we invest a lot of money in quality. Okay, quality means traceability, means analysis, means documentation, and we, believe me, spend a lot of money. And these are the main certificates that we have. Okay, to assure to you, our customers, that the products that you are getting, they are fulfilling the highest standards. No, the main certifications that we use in our sector is GMP Plus and FAMI-QS, that they are the ones that they are driving mainly the animal nutrition business. Again, I don't want to make it shorter. From my point, I finish here. Thank you very much again for coming. Sorry for the delay, and we'll continue with which is the next. Elias. No, Elias. Oh, fine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pablo. Please help me to celebrate Mr. Pablo from Germany. Also, representing Kwara State, we want to have a brief introduction from the Kwasima Vice President, in person of Prince Ajishefumi Ayodeji. Please help me to celebrate him as he comes forward for the introduction. Help me to celebrate him.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Mo kí gbogbo ilé ẹ káàárọ̀ o. A kú ìjókòó. And my people, you are welcome to State of Harmony. State where agribusiness is our core business. State where food security is our major assignment. State where business grow with collaboration. Kwara Chamber of Commerce and Industry is the umbrella body for private sector-driven economy. And we have a Greek sector. Looking at what you do here, we will first and foremost appreciate you bringing this to Kwara State. You will never regret coming to our state. Businesses will boom. Our livestock farmers will have a better life with your organization. At Kwasima, we are ready to partner with you. Not only you coming to Kwara, we are ready to come and bring our farmers to Germany. Organize it. We have foreign trade mission. We can organize training to visit your company. Solve the problem of egg glut. Gone are the days where farmers will be clamoring for egg glut. Let's convert our egg to powder. What are the technology you can transfer to us here? Let's come to your country, see how we can do it. Cost of feed is becoming alarming. Farmers are closing down their businesses. Cost of a crate of egg that used to be 150 naira per crate is nothing less than 1,800 per crate. Purchasing power is high. How can we collaborate to make this lesser for our farmers? To let us have protein on everybody's table here in Kwara State and Nigeria as a whole. Once again, I welcome everybody and may God bless us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Prince Ajishefumi Ayodeji. We want to go straight to the business of today. We have 3 presentations today, and we'll go straight to the first presentation. I can assure you that we are going to deal with practical presentation. We are not just going to waste your time with a theoretical presentation. I can assure you that we will have a lot of things to hear and learn today. And we look at the solutions that Agricare and Miavit is bringing on the table for farmers in Nigeria and also in Kwara State. So the first presentation, I want to call on Dr. Elias from Miavit, Germany. Please help me celebrate him as he takes the center stage.
Good morning. Sorry for this delay. Before to start, we are our partnership, not our customers. This is completely different. Together, everyone, we can achieve more. This is my conclusion for today. All this technical part, this is to serve for you and to have better performance and to have a better profitability for you. This is the conclusion. The bottom line is to win money here, is to grow. If you can grow together, it's not possible to sell. This is the first conclusion. But sorry, now we need to change. We need to be really farmer. Now, I try to change my presentation. I did this presentation many times, but I prepare for you another way to present. You need to say, it's clear. Inside the body, we have different organs. We agree with me or not? We start with liver. If you can do quiz, what is the function of liver? Liver is the factory of the body. This is the first. The second one, gut. This is the filter for the body. Bones. This is the base to build all the body. Remember, liver equal factory. And for factory, we need the diesel, we need the oil, we need the maintenance. Think about this. We can do this in the feed, and we can do this with drinking water. Now, what is the difference between feed and drinking water? Feed is daily, yes or not? We have daily quantity in the feed, but liquid we put on top. For what? For critical period. Think about me. What is the critical period? For the birds, we start with starting period. Starting period is brooding, is critical. This is your job, it's not my job. This is 80% management. Quality of the old chick, temperature, humidity, a lot of things. Minimum 50%, we have a lot of feed. Think about when we start this baby chick is very sensitive. We need to take care. In the same time, we need to have good air, fresh air, and in the same time, high level of temperature. How to help? We need to give energy. Why we inside Miavit we have energy? This is why to help for this 2 days, 3 days to start. Miavit equal starter is easy. Why? Because we need to help animals to have more energy and to eat better. If you eat better, we have resorption of vitamins and it's easy to grow. Please remember with me, the main date is day 7. We need to have 4 times the body weight of the old chick. It's clear. If you have 40 grams the old chick, we need to have minimum 160. If you have lose on 160, you lose money. And please remember with me, we need to win money. And for this, we need to achieve minimum 160 grams. If you achieve 140, it's not possible. This is why my best gift for you to have scale. It's not possible today in 23 to work without scale. It's not possible. We can have a deal with Agricare for the future to give you this. If you have good partner, normal. But please think, we need to have scale. Use scale. Because without scale, it's not possible to evaluate. It's not more or less 160. We need to have a weight, objective weight. After that, we have energy, but it's not enough. You know, in your feed, the first week, the digestibility of the feed is more or less 70%. It's like baby. For the baby, I give apple, banana, or I cook banana. We must cook banana. Why? Because baby is not ready for absorption. We need to help. The same for baby chick. We need to give amino acids. Inside Miavit, we have a lot of amino acids. This is why we put amino acids. Not because I like amino acids, because we need for the first week to help, because this digestibility of amino acid is 100%. You remember, we are still in the first week. In the first week also, we need to have a good base. We need to have strong bones. Yes or not? Without calcium, phosphorus is not possible. For the feed, we have daily calcium and phosphorus. This is the minimum. But if you need to grow more, and if you need to have strong bones, we need to add it. I added on the water. This is why we have one product, the name is Miavit. Calcium, phosphorus. But is enough or not? Is not enough. We need to add some other products, zinc, manganese, and copper, for this to build strong bones. Remember, first week, we need to have energy plus amino acids, and in the same time, we need to take care for bones. Now, sorry, but anyway, forget this. This only to show something. We continue. Please, you remember when we have a mortality for the first week is mainly bacteria. Yes or not? Why bacteria? Because the intestine is for the baby. If you have bad quality of water, if you have bad management, if you have biosecurity, you know this biosecurity, what is the definition? Biosecurity. For me is only one thing, is only one line. This is the dirty space and this is a clean space. We don't need more. Biosecurity is here, is a culture, is not only rules. Only one line, a red line. This is dirty and this is clean. Here we have dirty clothes, we need to change and to have new clothes. We don't need more. But we need to apply. We need to apply, we must apply. This rule is normal. As a farmer, we can invest zero money, but we need to invest here, especially with the workers. What is the quality of liquid? It's easy to apply. Now how to calculate? It's easy. If your bird have a feed intake one, sorry, always I have a problem with my trachea, I need Miarom. I will explain you Miarom. It's very nice for trachea. But I will continue. How to calculate water? If the feed intake is 100 gram, I multiply by 2. Is 200 milliliter. If you have less consumption of water, we have two type of reason. First one, the quality of the water. And the second one is a disease. If you have a disease, we have to reduce the feed intake and the water intake. And please think about, when we have to reduce water intake, think about disease. When we have disease, please, before to treat, we need to wait. The first, we need to review my management. I am responsible for the farm. We need to review temperature, humidity, if you have ammonia or not, we need to review all this system. After that, we can think about to use antibiotics. Now, if you have respiratory disease in the first week, how to do? For me, we need to advise vet, because I am vet. This is the first. The second one, with antibiotics, we can use Miarom. We can use by water, drinking water, antibiotics, and spray, we can use in the morning and in the afternoon, Miarom. What is the Miarom? It's easy. Miarom is very nice product. Why? Because it's natural product. This is for essential oils. You remember essential oils? We can peppermint. You know peppermint, and we extract the oil. But what is the difference between essential oils? Sometimes this bottle is, for example, 10. We have another with only 1. I give you why. Because in essential oils we have 3 types. We have natural one, we have like natural, and we have synthetic. Forget the synthetic. Synthetic is never the same as natural. Is another molecules, different. In the middle, I choose together in the middle. Why? Because the price is acceptable and we have the same product all the year. You know what is the difference between peppermint from Nigeria and from Kenya and from South Africa? We don't have the same. Because the soil is different. We have different essential oils and we need to choose the best for you. And how to choose the best? We need to choose one product we have a good result in the world. This is the first week. Have you any question for the first week? We can continue. Another critical period is finisher for broiler. Why is finisher? Because finisher, we put in the feed a lot of starch. You know starch is very good, a lot of energy. But the liver, we will work 5 times than normal. We need to help liver. This is why we have solution from Miavit to put inside the feed and to put on top in the water. Why is a factory? Liver is a factory. After any antibiotics, we must use liver booster. Why? Because all the detoxification of the antibiotics, we will be 80% in the liver. We need to help the liver. And is the toxins. We have another reason. You know mycotoxins? I think everywhere. Not only corn, not only wheat bran, not only DDGS, not only all raw materials have a possibility to have contamination with especially aflatoxin. We speak about liver. You know what is the problem of mycotoxins? We don't see anything. You know this? I have mycotoxin or not is not possible. We need to analyze. Without analysis, it's not possible. Sometimes we have a good maize, but inside we have sometimes 4,000 ppb. This is why we need to prevent. You know, in the car, we are a good driver, yes or not? We have license, we have insurance, and after we put the belt. This is risk management. Mycotoxins, we need to choose the right feed. Inside we have the best toxin binder. Why? Because it's immunosuppression. You know why? Immunosuppression. If I have immunosuppression, any disease, E. coli, bacteria, virus, we can enter and we will have disease. This is the definition of immunosuppression. You know, inside my body, we have this balance. Inside my body, we have a balance between oxidant and antioxidant inside my body. When I have a disease, we will be oxidant is more than antioxidant. Remember with me, if you have disease, we have a problem and we need to use some vitamins, 83E, and we use vitamin E selenium. This is why to help and to have this balance between oxidant and antioxidant. Sometimes when we know why I use my product, it's easy to use. It's not because my neighbor use the product I will use. No. We need to know why I use my product. I use my product to increase performance and to prevent disease. And the good example is mycotoxins. Mycotoxins in the feed, we must have the good toxin binder. The name is Miavit 360. And in the same time, we need to help liver to detoxify the body. We need to release, always, we need to release the toxin outside the body. How to release? We use liver vita. Liver vita is a good example to boost in the first week, to boost the liver. Between to change from grower to finisher, we can use in the finisher phase. For layer, we have some layer farms here. For layer is genial, this product. Is the perfect product. Why? Because in the peak of lay, we need to help. Together, for me, is not a bird. Bird is not a bird. This is like Formula One. You know Formula One? This is like. For broiler, in 42 days, we need to have 2.2 kg. It's crazy. How to do this? By myself, good management, but using good feed and using a good solution in the water. Remember, liver vital. Some people can use in the feed, but today we have a lot of people in front of me and to speak about liquid. Liquid is very good solution to help with when we have very critical period. Critical period for us, first one is the disease. Now vaccination. All the people do vaccination, yes or not? Yes. When we use live vaccines, this is a virus. After 3 days after live vaccines, we have post-reaction. It's normal. Like I was a baby, when we have vaccination, we have, how to say, we have a problem like disease after 3 days. It's normal. This is good vaccines. But how to prevent this reaction is clear. We need to use Miarom. Why Miarom? Because Miarom, we will prevent respiratory disease after vaccination. 4 to 5 days after vaccination. Remember, all live vaccines, we have one problem. We will have post-reaction vaccination. And we need to avoid. My conclusion, for broiler, prevent, prevent, prevent. This is the only way to win. If you wait until we have a problem and to solve the problem, is too late. Now, what is the critical period? As summarized, critical period is the first week. We need to achieve day 7. Day 7 equal 4 times the body weight of the old sheep. Minimum 160 grams. Without this, it's not possible to go to the grower and finish it. Please, if you have this idea to use a starter feed for until 21 is too much. We need to think like a baby. We need the starter and we need the grower and we need the finisher. Why? Because this is a scientific part. How to mix scientific part with the practical one? This is why. Starter period, we need protein and we need energy. But we need more protein. And we need more amino acids, not protein. This is why we can help with Miavit. After that, in grower, we need to increase in energy and to reduce protein until the end we need high level of energy. You know why I speak a lot about energy? Because the bird, the feed intake is related only to energy. For example, I give you example. If you have one product, one feed with a lot of energy, the bird will consume less. If you have the opposite, if you have diluted feed, we will consume more. This is why if you need win money, we need to calculate. We need to have a paper and to put. Sometimes if you have a good product with sometimes high price, to say high price, sometimes it's good for you. Why? Because we will lose less and we will have better result. Think about this is to invest money. When we use liquid, is only to invest money. Why? To prevent disease. When we use toxin binder at 360, really, this is insurance for you. When we have insurance, we have better result. To invest money and always, I was a farmer, always I speak with the people and yes, the cost of this bottle is 100 and another is 50. But for this, I put only 100 milli and another, I put 1 liter. Think about the end. Conclusion, the bottom line is to have better, less mortality. Yes or not? We have better body weight and better FCR. This is FCR, this is money. How many kg and how many? This is why I like this. I prefer mortality for the first 10 days. It's not a problem. Because the day-old chick really consume a less feed. But the worst case is the mortality in the end of the cycle. When the bird have 1 kg, 1.5 kg, and we have mortality. This is why respiratory disease in general for vets is around 20 to 25 days. Remember, please don't forget to use Miarom between 20 and 25 days. We use Miarom for 2 times in the broiler cycle. We use the first week when we have live vaccines. After that, we use between 20 and 25 because this is the peak of respiratory disease. Now, what is the problem of respiratory disease? I think it's me as a farmer. Because if you have a lot of ammonia, we stop this escalator. You know, in the bird have only one trachea, but we have a lot of virus. We have Newcastle, ELT, bronchitis, and we have mycoplasma, a lot of disease, but one trachea. If you have dust, if you have in your house ammonia, what is the problem? This, the first barrier, we will stop to work. We will stop this mycociliary, and we have a lot of problems. Please remember, between 20 and 25, we need to prevent respiratory disease. By spray, by drinking water, is perfect. Now, when we have any problem and we have less feed intake, why I use Miarom? Because in Miarom, we have peppermint, we have eucalyptus, and the water will be tasty. We can increase a lot. We can spray also the feed. In Europe, some farmers spray the feed between 10 and 15 days. Why? To increase the feed intake. We need to think together. This is why in my first speech, together, everyone we can achieve more. Sometimes we have more idea than me. The only advantage I have, I see many countries and I meet a lot of farms and I try to catch some good ideas. Always, when we are here, we need to discuss a lot between you. Why? Because sometimes we have a good idea and we need to catch for me. Why not? This is, I try to ask you some question, not to answer, but to give me your experience. We are the best. And I have a solution how to meet together your experience with my solution. This, I think, this conclusion for this. I try to stop in one thing. This always we speak about this 10 years about oxidative stress. You know what is the oxidative stress? For women is clear. It's the first responsible for cancer. Why? Because inside your body we have this imbalance between oxidant and antioxidant. What is the oxidant inside? Fat, maybe, is oxidated fat. A lot of stress, heat stress, stress of transportation, stress of handling, a lot of stress from hatchery, in the farm, vaccination, a lot of stress. And we have, in another side, we have antioxidant. In the body is clear. Vitamin C, in the feed. We have vitamin E, and we have some other enzymes. Why I put enzymes? The name for me is not important. But enzymes is protein. Don't forget to have a good feed. Without good feed, it's not possible to have a good protein. You know what is the difference between protein and another? I give you example. Soya bean, for example. We have soya bean 48 and we have soya bean 44. You know what is the difference? This antigen part. When we have antigen part big, we will have a problem. This is why Miavit is a solution. Why? Because inside Miavit we have tannin. If you have this big antigen part, this is really a solution for many bacteria, and especially Clostridia, to grow. Please remember, for the day-old chick, we have inside the intestine, we have a flora. Like a baby also. We have a flora. This flora, we will grow step by step until 14 days. Why always we have a problem with E. coli the first week? Because the first bacteria we will occupy intestine is E. coli. How to avoid? We need to give better feed for the starting period, a good water, please. Test the water and drink the water before to give to the chick. The same is not possible to have another source, especially for the first 10 days. This is critical period, baby. Please, I try to not to say the old chick, but baby chick is completely different. Baby chick is like a baby. This is why we need to take care for this period. Come back to oxidative stress. How to avoid oxidative stress in women is clear. We need to reduce fry oil. We need to have more fiber, and we need to have balance between energy and protein. And we need to reduce the stress. To reduce this cancer, the number of cancer. Now, for the animals, is clear. We need to reduce stress. Please, when you handle the baby sheep, please don't put like this. We need to be gentle with baby sheep. We need to take care for the baby sheep. We need to take for the density. If you need only 10 baby sheep by square meter, don't put 20. We need to have space. We need not to have ammonia. We need to have fresh air and in the same time, high temperature. This is the rules, but easy to do. But please, I need the chair. I need the chair 15 minutes to see the baby chick for the first week and to see the distribution of baby chick. If you are not here, I go to my house for 2 minutes. We need to wait 10 to 15 minutes and to see the distribution, to see the feed intake, drinking water, the distribution, if you have fresh air or not, if you have, we have ammonia or not. We need to be inside the house. But to respect the rules, this line, you come from home, yes or not? We need to change your clothes and to enter. We need to be example for the works. Always. But it's easy. Today, we have a conclusion. Only we need one line for biosecurity. We don't need more. We need here to change my approach and to have this line. Please, paint this line. After tomorrow, it's easy. With red color and paint this. Now, come back to oxidative stress. It's very interesting, oxidative stress. And we need to help. We need vitamin E, and we need selenium, and we need vitamin C. Vitamin C, we have a lot of raw materials. Inside we have vitamin C. We have one product for, but also we need vitamins, AD3E, and we need vitamin E selenium. Remember this product. Vitamin E selenium is really antioxidant. How to use? It's clear. We use when we have stress. When we have stress, vaccination. We start with one case, vaccination. Before 1 day, before vaccination, before and after, we must use vitamin E selenium. Why? Now I remember, Elias said, this is to prevent oxidative stress. And what is the main stress? Is vaccination. If you have another, if you have heat stress, the same. We need to use this. We need to use Miarom by spray and to use by drinking water vitamin E selenium. AD3E, vitamin C, E selenium is very good. Vitamin E selenium is to prevent oxidative stress. Now, for layer, we need to speak little bit for layer. We need to take care for production and for quality of eggshell. Inside this factory, what is the name of this factory? Liver. Remember, I have another quiz. What is the grinding device inside the body? What is the name of grinding? Geyser. Remember, geyser is the grinding device inside the body. If I don't see the size of geyser, it's not possible to have better body weight. We must have correlation between size of geyser and the body weight. If you have a small body weight, we will have a small geyser. How to increase the size? The fiber. Wheat bran is a good example to increase the size of geyser. Now, for broiler is not really a big issue, but for layer, for breeder, without this, we need to have to train pullet have a big gizzard. Why? Because in production phase, we will consume 120 grams. And we need to train bullet before to start production. Now, if you have a non-healthy liver, what is the problem? Always we have a problem with the production for eggs, and we have a problem with egg check quality. Why? Because to produce eggs and quality, we need one, calcium, another, phosphorus, after that, vitamin D3. D3, if it's not possible, if you have non-healthy liver and non-healthy kidney. For example, after any compuru, always we have a problem with legs. Why? Because we don't have enough vitamin D3. Not because compuru have a problem with legs. But I think there's a secondary effect of compuru. After compuru, we have a failure in kidney, and it's normal not to produce enough vitamin D3. And we have a problem. Because bones, we need 3. Calcium, phosphorus, and D3. Without this, is not possible. If you have any problem with bones, in the same time, we need to put 3 days Miavit and 2 days vitamin AD3. Why? We need to have these 3 ingredients together. Phosphorus, calcium, and D3. Is enough? Or I have time or not? I have time. Now, I put some, to explain why in Liver Vital, we use some artichoke. You know artichoke? We started with the Roman, I think 5,000 years before Jesus Christ. I think we start with to think about how to protect all organs and to be young all the life. If you need to be young all the life, we need to use artichoke. Until now, in Italy, we use every morning in the breakfast, we use artichoke. We eat artichoke. Artichoke, we have a protection of all cells. We need to protect. I come back to another oxidative stress. How to protect himself? This is one of a good example. We need to have this plant. And we have inside always vitamin E. Remember, vitamin E is antioxidant. When you have a problem with the liver, the first one, how to protect cells. Always the question, how to protect inside the body the cells. After that, it's easy to continue. But without cell, it's not possible. We can use in poultry, in swine, we can use in ruminant, a lot of... yeah. Please, forget this. And please, I like this picture. This is liver vital. Vitamin E is not liver protector. Is liver booster. Is different. Liver protector is to use only for 1-2 days. But this type of product, we can use all this cycle if you need. If you prefer to use this, please do it. Why? Because we have vitamin E inside, if you compare to others, and we have this plant extract. Liver equal factory. Gizzard equal I think a lot of we can give you this for the team. Now come back to essential oils. I like this product. I don't know why, but I have a lot of experience with Miarom. Miarom is for essential oils. Remember, peppermint. In many countries we use this with the tea. You know why? Because both is antioxidant. Especially red tea. Red tea plus peppermint is really antioxidant. Think about. And we have anise. You know anise? Try to put anise in the water and we smell. We have better consumption of water. And remember with me, now what is the scientific part to use all this? We have only one characteristic, is anti-inflammatory. When we have any viral challenges, we have Newcastle, IB, influenza, any virus, we must use this product. Why? Because we don't have any medicines, any drugs with anti-inflammatory effect. We must use vaccination in the same time by spray to use in the morning and in the afternoon for 4 days we use this type. Why? If you reduce the inflammation of trachea, we stop the virus. The main problem of the virus in general is to have this inflammation of trachea. It's easy, we need to stop it. How to stop it? I don't have a drug. Solution is Miarom. Now Miarom have 5 how to use. The first indication is the quality of water. If you have this hot water, we can use Miarom to increase the water intake, to increase the feed intake. Please think about, if you have a problem with your feed, the first, before to ask to replace and to spray the feed, is easy. Spray the feed and we have, after 3 hours, we have increased feed intake. Increase feed intake, increase water intake, and to reduce the smell in the house, especially with ammonia. In the same time, we need to have a good ventilation and to put Miarom. In the same time, always good ventilation is the first priority. This is why we speak about a minimum ventilation for the first week. You know what is the definition of minimum ventilation? We must have air fresh in the first day. In the same time, we have 32 to 35 degrees temperature in the same time. Not to close. Please don't have this idea to close with the plastic in the roof or in other side. Please, we need fresh air plus Miarom plus good management. I forget what product. Yes, yes, this, yes. Yeah, you know this product? Please, this product, don't replace your management. This is to complete your good management. This is to have better performance. When I can use this, I use this when we have a drop in the performance. Always, when we see your flock is not in the good way, we need to review your management and in the same time to put double dose of this for the first 3 days. After that, we will see How to use Liver Vital in the layer. Yes, sir. How to use Liver Vital. Pick of lay. Please think about pick of lay. And after 45 weeks, we can use every 3-4 weeks. I like this. You know why? Because when we have dead bird, we never go to the rubbish. Please open it. Please open it. When we have dead bird, we never put in the rubbish. Before, we need to have some information from the bird. We need to open and to see the first organ is the liver. If you have yellow liver, we have a problem with fatty liver. We need to solve for the rest of the flock. Always we need to think about for the future. For the management, we need to open and see. If you have a problem in trachea, for example, we need to think about, we have this problem with all this bird or all the flock. We need to prevent and to use Miarom as a prevention way. I don't like to arrive here. I like to stop here. I like to stop here. With Liver Vital, we can stop here. Here is very difficult to come back. With the red one, is difficult to come back. We need, this is why this is a treatment and this is a prevention. You know the difference? A treatment is with antibiotics. Nutritional solution is to prevent. We need to have a protocol for you. I give you protocol together. First one is Miavit. 3 first day. If you have antibiotics, we can use or not. Yes, I give you example. I use my antibiotics for 3-4 hours. After that, in the afternoon, we can use Miavit. Please don't mix. I don't know exactly what is inside excipient in the antibiotics. It's a good idea for 3-4 hours to give in the morning antibiotics, in the afternoon Miavit. Now we arrive at 9 days. Why 9 days? Because 9 days the skeleton is complete. If you need to prevent any problem with the bones, we need to do before with Miavos. Is 6, 7, 8. This example to prevent. If after 9 is good, but is not the right way. To prevent before the skeleton to be completed. If you have this, now we arrived in the critical period. When we have vaccination, live vaccines, at 14 days, we can use Miarom after 3 days. Why? Because we have post-reaction. We have some reaction after vaccination. Now we arrived in finisher. In finisher, a lot of energy in the feed. And we need to help this factory to work 3 times more. Liver Vital. Liver Vital is a good product for 5 days in the finisher phase. Think about finisher phase for broiler. For layer, we can use pick of lay and we can use after 40 weeks. Always, we need to be smart when we use liquid product. This is Liver Vital. Yes. I think if you give me a chance to speak about Liver Vital, I think we need another 1 hour. But Liver Vital, really, your factory. We need the maintenance, we need the preventive maintenance, and we need good oil. Good oil is feed. We need a good feed, a good management, and we need to prevent this with preventive maintenance. This is Liver Vital. Yeah. My conclusion for today. We are here because we are the best. The management is you. The breeding starts with management. After that, with the good feed, good biosecurity, and in the end of the top, if you need performance, if you need more profitability of your flock, we must use this best product. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elias, for the wonderful presentations. Yes. Thank you for listening to the presentation. Let me just recap a bit on what some of the things that Dr. Elias has said. I will try and summarize in both English, our own English, and Yoruba, so that you can understand what he is saying. I know we have several broiler farmers here. So if you are broiler farmers, let me see your hand up. Anytime she broilers. Okay. Anytime she layers and go. That's good. I am also a broiler person. So I can tell you, I can simplify some of these things. Now, Sherry taba she broilers. Taba fe she broilers. A lot of wa a máa ń ṣe àwọn mistake kan. Àwọn mistake tá à ń ṣe yẹn, òun ni doctor ń try láti point attention wa to. For example, nsìn, nígbà tá a bá fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ broilers wa, ìkọ́ tá a mọ̀ ní pé a mọ̀ pé a gbọ́dọ̀ fún àwọn adìẹ wa ní multivitamins. But nígbà tá a bá sọ̀rọ̀ pa multivitamins, àwọn èèyàn kì í understand èwo ló yẹ ká fún àwọn adìẹ wa. Nígbà tá a bá gba adìẹ, the first multivitamins yẹ ká fún wọn, tó bá jẹ́ cheese, wọ́n require what we call essential amino acid. So kò ṣe pé torí mo gba adìẹ ń sìn, mo wá wò ó pé mo kàn fẹ́ lọ fún wọn ní multivitamin, wọ́n sọ multivitamin everywhere. Kò ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, àkọ́kọ́ fún wọn ní multivitamins tó contain essential amino acid. And what we are positioning for that, we are positioning Amivite solutions for that. So when you take your cheese, whether you are taking broilers or angba pullet, the first multivitamins that wọ́n fún wọn, a gbọ́dọ̀ ensure pé ó contain a very good amino acid, and that is what Amivite has. So kò ṣe pé àkàngbá adìyẹ sì ká sọ pé okay, mo fẹ́ lọ ra multivitamin, mo fẹ́ ra gbá, mo fẹ́ ra wo, mo ra multivitamin, mo fàdìyẹ. No, it is totally wrong. That is why so many farmers are not getting results. What chicks requires at that time is amino acid. Nítorí ẹni doctor ṣe ń sọ pé nígbà tá a bá kọ́kọ́ gba adìyẹ, wípé at chicks level wọ́n require amino acid. Amino acid wọ́n require more of amino acid and protein, then less of energy. Nǹkan tí wọ́n ń try láti sọ fún wa nìyẹn. Wọ́n wá ní pé tá a bá ti fún wọn ní amino acid yẹn, kò kàn gbọ́dọ̀ mọ bẹ́ẹ̀ nípa ti fún wọn ní amino acid nìkan. A gbọ́dọ̀ tún fún àwọn adìyẹ wa ní what we call Miavit. Miavit will help in the bone formation, and it will make the bone to be very strong. A rí pé nígbà míì tá a bá gba adìyẹ, tá a bá ti ń rẹ́sì àwọn adìyẹ wa díẹ̀díẹ̀, a kọ́ nípa àwọn adìyẹ yẹn, wọ́n máa ṣe báyìí, àwọn àrípọ̀ máa ṣe báyìí, wọ́n á ṣe báyìí. Ìmí ò tiẹ̀ nílé dìde mọ́. Sometimes too, tá a bá fún àwọn adìyẹ ní feed, I've seen situation whereby feed company wọ́n fi limestone àti DCP sínú oúnjẹ yẹn. Wọ́n ṣe mistake ni wọ́n fi sínú oúnjẹ, gbogbo àwọn adìyẹ wá paralyze. So in the situation bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kí la fẹ́ ṣe? À fún wọn ní product tá à ń pè ní Miavit tá a máa fún wọn. Ó máa help bone formation. Á dẹ̀ tún jẹ́ kí ẹsẹ̀ wọn kó strong. So when they are growing, they will be able to stand well on the leg. So ìyẹn là ń pè ní Miavit. So time wo ló yẹ ká fún wọn? Táwọn adìyẹ wa tó bá ti ń di around 7, 8, 9, 10 days, we can give them Miavit at that stage. That is Miavit. Another problem tá a ní tí doctor explain títí fún wa ní pé a rí pé time tá a wà yìí, one of the major problems that we have is mycotoxins. Mycotoxins is a major challenge in our industry today. The problem is that táwọn adìyẹ wa tó bá ti come down with mycotoxicosis, ó máa difficult fún wa láti lè identify pé mycotoxins ló wà ní ló affect àwọn adìyẹ wa because even sometimes tá bá sọ pé alánú adìyẹ wa a ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ a ní rí sign kankan a kàn rí pé adìyẹ kan kú àmọ́ nǹkan tó ń fà tádìyẹ ń kú then most farmers wọ́n wá lọ ra antibiotics a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa fún antibiotics ó máa di pé eléyìí mu kò ní ṣiṣẹ́ because mycotoxins tá à ń sọ yìí kò ń ṣe bacterial origin. It's not from bacterial origin. That is why you will use a lot of antibiotics and it will not work. And when there is a problem of mycotoxicosis, another problem tá a máa ní ni pé ó máa ti affect immunity àwọn adìyẹ yẹn. Tó bá ti affect ẹ̀, then tá bá wá lo vaccine at that particular time, vaccine yẹn náà ò ní ṣiṣẹ́. So it's more or less like we are also wasting a lot of money because of the what? Because of mycotoxicosis. Another problem wá ní pé nígbà tí adìyẹ tá bá sọ pé àwọn èlòmí máa sọ pé okay mo há di toxin binder sínú oúnjẹ wípé àwọn at the end of the day àwọn adìyẹ mi tún ṣì ń kú. The problem is that when we are talking about mycotoxicosis kò kí ń ṣe ẹyọ kan aflatoxin wà ń bẹ̀ don wà ń bẹ̀ fuminisin wà ń bẹ̀ so now sì tó bá wá jẹ́ pé toxin binder tá à ń lò tó bá yẹ pé aflatoxin nìkan ló lè bind kò lè bind don kò lè bind fuminisin tó bá yẹ jẹ́ pé nǹkan tó wà nínú oúnjẹ wa nìyẹn there will be problem so a máa lo toxin binder kò ní ṣiṣẹ́ and that is a lot of problem that we have in the industry now so the problem of mycotoxicosis bá ti wà what we now see is that ó máa ní effect lórí liver tó bá dẹ̀ ti ní effect lórí liver bí doctor ṣe ṣàlàyé fún wa pé liver factory ní liver jẹ́ liver náà ló máa tún process ẹyin so factory ló jẹ́ so tí liver yẹn bá ti wà affected then a lot of problems làwọn adìyẹ wa máa ní so what is the solution some people can say that I am not making my feed I am buying finished feed then the solution is that at interval we must give our bird liver vital. Liver vital will help to detoxify the toxins in the liver so stored toxins yẹn ló máa detoxify so tí kò bá sí tá a bá detoxify àwọn toxins yẹn wàhálà ni àwọn adìyẹ wa ò ní ṣe dáadáa wọn ò dẹ̀ nílé dáadáa so kò sí bá ṣe fẹ́ ṣe a gbọ́dọ̀ máa ensure pé at interval we give our bird liver vital tá bá wo ìwé tá a fún wa yìí ẹjọ ṣe ta ni oníwèé lọ́wọ́ tá bá wo ìwé tá fún wa yìí a lè wo káṣí sí because gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí ó wà nínú ìwé tá fún wa yìí. Okay tá bá wo page 24 a máa rí liver vital ń bẹ̀ liver vital. A lot of liver tonic ló wà ní market. A rí pé one of the major issues tá a ní ni pé other products that we have seen in the market cannot actually meet the level of detoxification tí àwọn adìyẹ wa require and that is why a lot of products are not working in the market. A mọ̀ pé time tá a wà yìí industry wa lè nísìn so don't waste your money to buy what is not working for you. If you buy what is not working for you, you are wasting a lot of money. So this is a time that farmers need to buy good products that will work for us and understand the concept of each product. Because farmers start by understand the concept of our product yìí, we will discover that we will spend a lot of money. Owó yẹn náà dẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ kò ní yọ. So ibi táwọn wàhálà yẹn wà nìyẹn. So I want to encourage all farmers, whether you are a layers farmer or you are a broiler farmers, you must have liver vital in your farm. When you have liver vital in your farm, it will detoxify the toxins and it will help the liver to function very well. Dr. Soropa Miaron L. Miaron yìí is one of the products that I like personally. Kí ló dé tí mo yẹ like products yìí ni pé àwa tá a bá ń raise the broiler níbí báyìí a máa discover pé tí àwọn adìyẹ wa bá ti lè ń wọ bí 19-20 days tá a bá ń raise broiler wọ́n máa come down with CRD despite the fact that we have used bóyá tylo whether enrofloxacin and this one so most times tó máa yẹ ti come down with that CRD we will not be able to meet up that 35 to 42 days. Why? Because at that stage, ó máa affect immunity wọn, and your broilers will not be able to eat very well at the 20-something days. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ ló ṣe rí? Our broiler farmer, ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ ló ṣe rí? So what can we do? So before our birds get to that age, táwọn àjẹ́ ọba ti ń bọ́ sí tọ́mà ti ń kọjá 10 days, a máa wá introduce the product tá à ń pè ní Miarums fún wọn. Miarum L, tá bá wo product yẹn, ó wà ní page. Let me see. Tá bá wo, okay. Miarum L, ó wà ní page 25. Page 25 ló wà Miarum L. So tá bá wo product yẹn, we have a lot of products in the market. tó yẹ pé wọ́n contain essential oil. All the products that we have in the country tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n contain essential oil, I have personally analysed all of them, and what I have seen is that they only contain 2 essential oil, and this one contain 4 essential oil. You can check 4 essential oil. So this 4 essential oil now, kí ni nǹkan tó máa ṣe nígbà tí a bá fún àwọn adìyẹ wa? Ó máa kọ́kọ́ help wa in the oxidative stress. Now tá bá ṣe vaccination fún àwọn adìyẹ wa, after 3 to 4 days, ó ní nǹkan tá máa ń pè ní vaccinal reaction. So vaccination reaction ó máa ṣẹlẹ̀. So tó bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀, ó máa drop immunity àwọn adìyẹ díẹ̀. Advantage ti vaccination reaction ní show pé àwọn adìyẹ wa pé wọ́n wà well vaccinated. But that stress too is a lot of issues for our birds. So at that 4 days, 34 adìyẹ wa ní vaccination tán. So what we need to do is to give our birds Miarum L. Ẹ máa rí pé nígbà míì tá bá ṣe vaccination tán, after the 4-5 days, a máa rí pé production wa máa drop díẹ̀. But tá bá ti fún wọn ní Miarum L yẹn, production wa ò ní drop because ó máa help stress that vaccination reaction or vaccination stress from those birds. So ó máa help wọn, kò ní jẹ́ kí ó affect àwọn adìyẹ yẹn. Now, before kí àwọn adìyẹ wa tó dé 20 days for broiler farmers, what we need to do is to introduce Miarum L because ó máa help láti clear mucus tó wà nínú trachea. Tó bá ti clear, ó dàbí ìgbà tẹ́ pé tá bá lò bí rọ́ọ̀bù, tá bá fi rọ́ọ̀bù símú wa, tá wá fin. Àrí pé nǹkan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé ó máa clear throat wa. Tó bá dẹ̀ ti clear throat wa, nǹkan tá máa rí ni pé ó máa difficult fún wa láti come down with kata. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́? So the same principle náà ni tá bá lo Miarum L. Nǹkan tí Miarum L yẹn máa ṣe ni pé kò ní jẹ́ kí àwọn adìyẹ wa come down with CRD, because when your birds come down with CRD, ó máa difficult fún wa láti treat. Tá bá wo iye owó tá à ń ná sórí treatment, ó ti pọ̀ jù. Kò pé wa, tá bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kò pé wa. Nǹkan tó pé wa òun ni pé kí a prevent yẹ. Ọ̀nà tá a dẹ̀ lè fi prevent CRD because CRD is one of the major diseases of broiler. Ó dẹ̀ máa affect FCR, ó máa affect everything. Gbogbo nǹkan tá a ṣe at the end of the day, at that 20-something days yẹn, ibẹ̀ la máa ti lose ẹ̀. So for us not to lose it, we need to introduce Miarum L to our birds. Tá bá ti ń pé 10 days, à á fún wọn sómi. And the quality product ṣe dání pé product tá bá wo inclusion rate here at that stage is very very low. 1 litre to 10,000 litres of water. And a tún lè spray ẹ̀. Tá bá di 100 ml to 10 litres, tá bá di 1 litre ẹ̀ sínú 100 litres of water, we can also spray it. Tá bá ti wá spray ẹ̀, a rí pé gbogbo àwọn adìyẹ yẹn wọ́n máa ní opportunity láti lè fin símú to inhale it. So what we are trying to do is that we are trying to prevent what? We are trying to prevent CRD. La ń try láti prevent. So by the time we do all that, what we are trying to do is that we are making our business to be what? To be profitable. We can achieve a better result at 35 days, which is also very, very important. Nǹkan tá a wá ṣe bíbá ilé ni owó ní ọ̀nà láti jẹ́ ká mọ bí a ṣe fẹ́ save costs. Despite the hard economy now that we are in now, we want to tell farmers that we can still save a lot of costs by using quality product so that you don't need to spend 2-3 times. A rí pé another major problem tá a ní sìn yìí òun ni pé cost àgbàdo ti wọ́n, àwa mélòó là ń ṣe oúnjẹ tá a lo àgbàdo? Gbogbo wa la máa ṣe oúnjẹ la máa lo àgbàdo, àtẹni tó jẹ́ feed mill àti ẹni tó ní farm. Even if you don't buy the maize directly, you will buy it from the feed mill. It will be included in your feed. Àgbàdo ti wọ́n, soya náà, price soya náà tún ti ń lọ sókè. Kí la fẹ́ ṣe? Nígbà tá a bá wo iye tá a ra àgbàdo ń sìn, tá a wo iye tá a ra soya ń sìn, by the time we make our feed, layers feed báyìí sìn over 10,000. Nígbà tá a bá wo gbogbo ẹ̀, èló là ń tẹyin? What is our cost of production compared to the cost of selling eggs? A ní pé is a lot of problem. A ti kọ́kọ́ ní problem yìí rí ní 2019-2020. Ló ti kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé a ní problem pé soya lọ sókè, ó lọ sókè, àgbàdo náà lọ sókè. Nígbà yẹn, we sat down in our office, we look at it that what can we do? What can we do to solve the problem of farmers? In Agricare, we are not just concerned about we want to sell, make money. That is not our orientation in Agricare. Our major objective in Agricare is that we want to see how we can solve the problem of farmers. Problem ta ní sí, ṣebí problem àgbàdo àti soya ni. Then èmi á explain fún yín nǹkan tí Agricare ní láti solve problem àgbàdo àti soya. We have done trials everywhere to confirm the effectiveness of this product. And we call the product Magic Energy Mix. Là ń pè. Èmi ò ní bọ́ wa pẹ̀lú grammar, kò sí grammar ń bẹ̀. Àákàn rọra ṣe báwo la ṣe máa lò. Magic Energy Mix yìí is a product that contains dry fat ló wà nú ẹ̀. Àwa tá bá mọ̀ nípa feed díẹ̀, a máa discover pé energy tó wà nínú fat ó wà more than 2 of energy tó wà nínú àgbàdo. Now tá bá lo fat, ordinary fat, or tá bá lo ordinary fat in its raw state, nǹkan tá a máa rí ni pé tí fat bá ti pọ̀jù nínú oúnjẹ, ó máa cause nǹkan tá à ń pè ní rancidity, and there's a lot of issues. That is why tó fi jẹ́ pé a ní láti lo dry fat. The fat is dried. Then inside that same product, a tún ní nǹkan tá à ń pè ní NSP enzymes. Nǹkan tá à ń pè ní enzymes ni pé enzymes máa ń ṣiṣẹ́ bí catalyst, nǹkan tó máa ń speed up, tó máa ń dẹ̀ jẹ́ kí nǹkan wà available. So now there are some raw materials naturally tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n contain nutrient kan, wọ́n contain àwọn nutrient kan tẹ́ pé but a lè lò wọ́n in large quantity. For example now, tá bá wo wheat tofa tá máa ń lò sí oúnjẹ wa as fibre, a máa discover pé tá bá lọ study wheat tofa dáadáa, a discover pé wheat tofa ó ní àwọn nutrient kan tẹ́ pé ó wà locked that is not available to the birds. Kò wà available, so that is why tó fi jẹ́ pé quantity wheat tofa tá a lè lò sínú oúnjẹ ó ní maximum nǹkan tá a lè lò. A lè ṣe feed báyìí sí ká pa fẹ́ ṣe layers feed. A nílò ó pọ̀ jù, a nílò more than a nílò ju 200 wheat tofa lọ. A lè lo 150, a lè lo 120, a lè lo 180, but a nílò kọjá 200. In fact, tá bá ṣe broiler feed wa, a máa rí pé most times for broiler feed, tá bá fẹ́ kó reach dáadáa, a ní fi wheat tofa sínú broiler feed. A máa ṣe without wheat tofa ni. Now, nǹkan tí a wá ń sọ, tí a wá ṣe pẹ̀lú energy mix yìí ni pé nígbà tí a develop product yìí, a develop in a way tó fi jẹ́ pé ó máa lè reduce at least minimum of 100 kg, 90 to 100 kg of maize. Ó dẹ̀ máa reduce a minimum of 40 kg soya. Then àwa introduce product yìí tó jẹ́ ordinary 12 kg. 12 kg of this product will replace 100 kg of maize. And then replace 40 kg of soya. But ó ní bá a ṣe máa lò. Nígbà tá a bá ṣe yẹn, a rí pé ordinarily in itself àti níbi 140. Then tá a bá wá introduce product yìí tó jẹ́ 12 kg. 140 minus 12. Afu ani 128, abi. Then the 128 will now be added to the wheat offer. So nígbà tí wheat offer, for example, tó bá pé wheat offer tá ń lò, ó jẹ́ bí 200 nísìn. Àwa add the wheat offer 128 sí. Tá bá wo calculation yẹn, a rí pé normally a lè lo tá bá add 200 to 128, that is 328. Normally a lè lórí quantity wheat offer bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn nínú oúnjẹ. But energy mix yìí ó fún wa ní opportunity láti lórí wheat offer bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, because the product, the energy mix contain a lot of NSP enzyme. Òun ló máa break yẹn, òun ló máa bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n fún wa ní example, kó má jẹ́ pé nǹkan tá à ń sọ story ni, so that kó lè yé wa. Àwọn òyìnbó lè wá sọ technicality bọ́ yẹn ṣe product yẹn fún wa, but àwa máa sọ fún wa bá a ṣe máa lò. For example, see, let's go to chicks. Start from chicks. Oh yeah, now chicks. Mo máa fi formulation. Okay. Máa fi formulation fi ṣe example fún wa. Ká lè mọ bí a ṣe máa lò. Ṣé rí tá bá wo inú àwọn ìwé tó fún wa. There is this only way tó wà lára package tó fún wa. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ká wò, ó wà ńbẹ̀. Okay. Taba study ìwé tó wà lọ́wọ́ wa yẹn, because kò ń ṣe grammar la wa sọ, a gbọ́dọ̀ nǹkan tá a fẹ́ sọ ó gbọ́dọ̀ yé wa, tí ò bá yé wa kò ní túmọ̀. Now taba wo ìwé tó wà lọ́wọ́, ẹjọ́ ta ni oníwèé, ẹjọ́ ṣé gbogbo ala ni, bọ́sẹ̀ àwọn kan ò ní bèbà yìí o. Ọ̀nà wà nù báàgì yín, ẹ chẹ́kì báàgì yẹn jọ. Àwọn tí ò bá ní ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi fún wọn. Okay. Now ẹ jẹ́ ká wo formulation yìí, mo fẹ́ ká study kìíní. Ṣé rí ní Nàìjíríà tá a bá fẹ́ ṣe oúnjẹ adìyẹ, let us assume that a fẹ́ ṣe chick starter for example without energy mix. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo formulation yìí o. A lo àgbàdo 580, a lo soya 240, a lo wheat offer 120. Fáwọn tá à ń lo concentrate, a lo concentrate 30, a lo limestone 30. Ó jẹ́ 1,000 kg of feed. Nígbà tí mi ò mọ iye tá à ń ra àgbàdo ń sìn, but I assume pé price àgbàdo is 560 naira. Mo mọ̀ pé àwọn kan ra àgbàdo ní 600, à ń rà ní 700. Now tágbàdo bá jẹ́ 560 naira, tá a dẹ̀ lo 580, iye tó jẹ́ rè ó jẹ́ 324,800. A lo soya tó jẹ́ 240 at 360 naira, iye tó jẹ́ rè. Concentrate 1,200 naira per kg. A lo wheat offer 120 at 130, iye tó jẹ́ rè. Nígbà tá a ṣe formulation yìí, total cost of the feed ó jẹ́ 400,000. Kò necessary pé formulation yìí la gbọ́dọ̀ lò. This is an example of a starter feed. Kò necessary irú formulation tá a bá ń lò, we can adjust based on our own formulation. Kò ṣe pé ó gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ pé formulation yìí la lò, we can adjust based on formulation táwa bá ń lò lórí oko wa. Now ó jẹ́ 464,000. Ẹ bá mi lọ sí ìtawá lò tó jẹ́ with energy mix. Okay. Nígbà táwa lo feed táwa lo energy mix sí, a rí pé a ti drop ẹ̀ sí 535, ti drop ẹ̀ sí 545 fún starter. Tẹ́ bá wo soya yẹn, a ti drop láti 240 sí 200. Now wheat offer tá lo 130 sí, àti 136, àti wheat offer yẹn to 205 fún starter. Tá bá dẹ̀ wo energy mix tá a fi sínú ẹ̀, ó jẹ́ 10 kg la lò sínú ẹ̀. Gbogbo concentrate wà ńbẹ̀, limestone náà wà ńbẹ̀. nígbà tá a ṣe lè tán cost wa jẹ́ 441,950 fún starter wa. Apart from the fact that ti pé a save cost. Ẹ bá mi next slide please. Now nǹkan tá a ti ṣe ni pé energy mix yìí ó ti replace 75 kg of maize and 40 kg of soya, thereby our increase with 85 kg compared to formulation tá a ṣe without energy mix. Now next one. Now nǹkan tá a wá ń sọ rè ìtumọ̀ nǹkan tá a ń sọ rè nígbà tí a lo energy mix iye tó ń jẹ wá jẹ́ ó jẹ́ 464,000 nígbà tá a wá lo energy mix ó jẹ́ 441,950. Àwa kọ́ pé savings in favour of energy mix per ton of feed ó jẹ́ 22,050. Nǹkan tá a save nìyẹn 22,050 naira per ton of feed ni a save. So nígbà tá a bá wá wò nígbà tá a ṣe cost of feed wa per bag without energy mix ó jẹ́ 11,600. Nígbà tá a ṣe with energy mix ó jẹ́ 11,048. So savings per bag wa tá a save per bag of feed ó jẹ́ 551,025 naira. That is starter nìyẹn. Apart from pé a save owó lórí feed, another benefit tí product yìí ní ni pé product yìí energy tó wà nínú product yìí ó high. So the kind of result that we are going to get with energy mix is far better than the result that we get without energy mix. Àwa tó bá tún wá jẹ́ pé premix là ń lò tẹ́ pé a lo concentrate tó yẹ pé a máa lọ ra enzymes sínú oúnjẹ wa. This product contains a lot of enzymes, so we don't need to add enzymes to the feed. The enzymes that we have in the energy mix is enough to take care of our feed. So I need láti add enzymes sínú ẹ̀ mọ́. So those are the benefits of the product. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wá wò, this is starter. Ní growers phase náà, bí mo ṣe sọ yẹn náà, bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló ṣe rí. A rí pé tá a bá ṣe growers feed wa ní Nigeria, most times people will use maybe 50 to 500 kg of maize. Though bá a ṣe máa ń ṣe growers feed ní Nigeria, ó wrong yìí o. Èyí tá a máa fi ń lo 400, 450, 480 yẹn, ó kéré o. Because growing phase yẹn làwa ti máa ń sọ pé a fẹ́ save owó, àwa máa reduce energy oúnjẹ wa ní phase yẹn. Tá a bá lọ wo management guide Isa Brown, we will discover that the energy requirement at the growing phase is almost the energy requirement at the laying phase. So aloma máa lo bí 2,400. The management guide ti 1905 la máa ń lò ní century. Kò sí bó ṣe fẹ́ work. Energy requirement for growing phase is not less than 2,700 kilocalorie. So èmi ò mọ tá a máa wá ṣe oúnjẹ a máa sọ pé a fẹ́ reduce cost. At the end of the day nígbà tá a bá expect káwọn adìyẹ wá yé wọn níyé nítorí pé nǹkan tó ń jẹ at that particular time kò balance. We are not giving them balanced diet. What the breast need at that particular time, we are not meeting their nutritional requirements. But ìyẹn another time nìyẹn ẹ jẹ́ a padà sórí formulation tá à ń lò tá a use mọ́ ní Nàìjíríà. Tá à ń use mọ́ ní Nàìjíríà. Now tá a bá wo formulation tá a ṣe yìí sìn maize 480, soya 200, wheat offer 240, concentrate limestone. Nígbà tá a ṣe tán for the growing phase ó jẹ́ 410,000. Ẹ bá mi gbé sí ìta lo energy mix. Nígbà tá a ṣe ti energy mix ó jẹ́ 406,740. Ẹ jẹ́ bá mi gbé lọ sí the summary. So summary nígbà tá a ṣe growers feed wa tán a rí pé nítorí pé a fẹ́ compromise bí formulation wa ṣe máa rí a compromise ẹ̀ nígbà tá a lo energy mix tán a rí pé we were able to save 3,000 260 naira per ton of feed la save lórí energy mix nígbà tá a lo energy mix. Nígbà tá a wá wo per bag I save 81 naira 5 kobo per bag because we are not ready to compromise the standard of our feed formulation. Now go to layers. Go to layers. Okay. Nígbà tá a ṣe for layers feed, average formulation tá à ń lò 500 kg of maize. Àwọn èèyàn máa ń lo 510, wọ́n lo 20, 520 as a quantity of maize in a ton of feed. But ẹ jẹ́ ká lò yìí táwọn èèyàn ń lò jù 500 kg of maize, 200 kg of soya, 185 sweet tofa, limestone 90, 1000. This is an average formulation tá à ń lò Nigeria. Nígbà tá a fi energy mix sí, ó jẹ́ 409,650. Ní total cost of our feed per ton. Ẹ bá mi gbé lọ sí ìta lo energy mix sí. Nígbà tá a wò ìta sí, ó jẹ́ 386,500 naira per ton of feed. A ti reduce àgbàdo wa to 410. A ti reduce soya wa to 157. Wheat tofa wa jẹ́ 306. Nígbà tá a ṣe tán, ó yá lọ sí summary. Now, the cost of layer feed. Cost of layer feed without energy mix per ton. Ó jẹ́ 409,650 naira per ton of feed. Èyí tó wá jẹ́ with energy mix, ó jẹ́ 386,500. And we are able to save 23,150 naira per ton of feed. Tá bá wo àwọn nǹkan tá à ń save yìí, ẹlòmíì lè wò pé àwọn owó ìkéré. If you are saving 23,150 per ton, ẹ jẹ́ ká wá wo ẹni tó ń ṣe 5 tons per day. This figure will now be 23,150. Ẹ jọ̀ta ló lè bá mi ṣe calculation yẹn. 23,150. Let's say we are making 5 tons of feed per day. Àti sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn tó ń ṣe 10 tons of feed per day. Àti sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn tó ń ṣe 20 tons of feed per day. Aláwọn tó ń ṣe 50 tons of feed per day níbí báyìí. Bọ̀ká sọ pé èló ló jẹ́ 150,750 per day. 157, 115,750 per day. Multiply by 30 days. 3,472 naira 500. Ẹ jẹ́ àwọn pé 3 million la save per month. Workers mélòó la ní? Èló ni salary àwọn workers wa per month? Èló ni cost of diesel per month? So tá bá wò nígbà tí n bá save 3 million naira lórí tí mo dẹ̀ ṣe 5 tons of feed per day in a month tí mo dẹ̀ save 3 million naira, is that not a very good one? 3 million naira ní farming business, we do a lot of things for us. We do a lot of things for us. And like I said, it is not just to replace the maize and soya. Now nígbà tá bá stock maize yẹn, opportunity ta ní ni pé àgbàdo tó yẹ ká lò lóṣù kan a lè lò for oṣù kan àtàbọ̀. Tá bá wo àwọn savings tá à ń save lórí àgbàdo yẹn àtàwọn soya tá à ń save lórí àgbàdo yẹn. So it's a product that we develop for farmers to meet the present challenges of farmers. So ẹ má jẹ́ ká wò pé nítorí àgbàdo tí wọ́n, nítorí soya tí wọ́n, ká wá wò pé a ní láti ṣe farm mọ́, wípé ọ̀tọ̀ nìkan tá fẹ́ lọ ṣe. I want to tell you that solutions are here and we are bringing more solutions to farmers. Ìkan la ṣì rí, we still have a lot of solutions that we are bringing to farmers. We are dishing out gradually, small by small. Eléyìí tá à ń wò yìí tá à ń sọ lẹ́yìn yìí àti 2019 láti wà lórí ẹ̀. Before kó tó di pé a get it right, a dẹ̀ get it, Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ fún wa ṣe. Nígbà tá a get the product right tán, we have a farm in Nigeria here. I will not mention the name of the farm, but it's one of the biggest broiler farms in Nigeria. A lọ sí farm yẹn, a lọ market the product yìí fún wọn. The farm now told us that I want to know something like this for a very long time. I want to know So ó jẹ́ kíní fún wa pé so we are working in the right direction. So ẹ má jẹ́ ká wò ó pé business ti tán, business ò ti tán. Tá a bá save 3 million naira lórí kíní lórí eléyìí lásán, tó bá jẹ́ pé mi ni mo ní farm, tó bá jẹ́ pé 3 million naira yẹn lásán ló ń lọ sápò mi as my net profit, ó wọ̀ tiẹ̀ in a month. How many farmers ló ní 1 million naira in a month? Cost àgbàdo ti gba gbogbo ẹ̀ tán, cost soya ti gba gbogbo ẹ̀ tán. So we have brought solutions to farmers, solutions in the tó lè save cost wa in the area of maize and soya. Táwọn òyìnbó bá dé, wọ́n lè sọ technicality product yìí fún wa. But I want to tell you that we have tested this product. So many farms have done trials on it. There is a farm in Ogbomoso presently. Wọ́n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ parí trials lórí product yìí ni for their broiler ration. Nígbà tá a bá tún wá lo broilers at the finisher stage, we will even save more. Bá mi lọ sí finisher. We will even save more at the finishing stage. Tá a bá wo broiler finisher with energy mix, lọ sí summary. Okay. Nígbà tá a lo energy mix ní broiler finisher, we are able to save more maize and more soya. Báwo dẹ̀ la ṣe ṣe? Because now see, ní finishing phase, ó máa replace 130 kg of maize and 65 of soya. Then at the finishing phase, we can use 206 kg of wheat offer. Ìwé tó wà lọ́wọ́ wa yìí, gbogbo information ta ní nípa cost energy mix, examples àti ṣe sínú ìwé yẹn. So if you now have your own formulation, you will adjust it based on what you will have here. And another thing tá a dẹ̀ máa ń sọ ni pé ṣe rí àwa tá a bá ní layers, tá a bá ti lo fẹ́ lo, ẹ má jẹ́ ká kàn replace 100 kg of maize yẹn lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà. Let us start gradually for layers farmers, because àwa tá a bá ń ṣe layers a mọ̀ pé tá a bá ti fún àwọn layers wa, oúnjẹ táwọn layers wa bá ti wà use mọ́, tá a bá kàn drop àgbàdo yẹn immediately, ó máa affect the production wọn. So a bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti 5%, 10% díẹ̀ tá a máa fi dé 90 to 100 kg. Ó wà very very important, because mo mọ̀ pé àwọn layers farmers kan sìn wọ́n kàn sọ pé wọ́n ti sọ pé ká reduce 100 kg of soya maize àti 40 kg of soya, so wọ́n kàn reduce ẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà, then there will be drop in production. So we need to be well guided. Tá a bá ní any question whatsoever lórí product yìí, tá a bá fẹ́ ká bá yín adjust the formulation yín then lo presently lórí farm yín to what energy mix will suit, tá a bá understand there, ṣẹ́rí phone number wa wà lẹ́yìn gbogbo àwọn brochure tá a fún wa. A lè pe any of those numbers, wọ́n máa guide wa láti wo bá a ṣe máa ṣe gangan. Fortunately for me that I'm speaking here, I'm a nutritionist by profession. So I used to do a lot of formulations. I can guide you on your formulations. I can guide your brother, anything tẹ́ ẹ bá sìn, a máa guide yín so that at the end of the day, you can have a very good for your birds that will meet the nutritional requirement of your birds. When you are doing feed, àwọn nǹkan tó wà important ni pé kí ni requirement ti àwọn adìyẹ yìí at so stage, chicks, growers and layers. Kí ni requirement tí wọ́n sọ, kí ni standard sọ. Then when you produce your feed to meet the standard requirement. Then àdéhùn pé kí ni quantity tó yẹ kán jẹ at that particular time. By the time we do formulation to meet the nutritional requirement, a rí pé kò ní sí problem kankan. But most times fẹ́ meet the requirement àwọn adìyẹ yẹn, and that is why those birds are not doing well. So I want to tell you that this is solution that Agricare has brought to Kwara State and Nigeria at large this morning, and we call it Magic Energy Mix. Àwọn òyìnbó lè wá fún wa ní technicality yẹn, but this is what we have brought this morning to you. Thank you very much. So, in continuation of our presentation, because we also have aqua farmers here. Aqua farmers here. A lot of farmers are here tó yẹ pé wọ́n ń ṣe ẹja. A dẹ̀ láwọn tó máa fẹ́ ṣe ẹja náà. So, we have somebody here. He's an expert in the area of fisheries. He's a nutritionist. So, I want to call on Dr. Hamid to come and do his presentation. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to acknowledge you for attending this seminar, and thank you very much for your invitation. And I really like Nigeria. This is my second time that I'm here. Very lovely Nigerian people, very lovely country. I like it. Just few minutes, they need to find my presentation, and then we will start. So, aquaculture in Nigeria. Aquaculture right now is the most important sector in providing protein for human being, and it has a growing trend. Next, please. I think it doesn't work. The pointer doesn't work. So, and like other parts of the world, Africa has also the growing trend. And in between African countries, Nigeria is the most important aquaculture producers. Please back bar. Again. So, yeah. In 2021, Nigeria produced more than 280,000 tons aquatic productions, which is one of the most important aquaculture producers, not only in Africa, but also in the world. Next, please. Catfish is the most important fish species which is cultured in your country, but beside that there are also tilapia and carp. About 60% of total production of catfish was in Nigeria. We can say Nigeria is the most producer of catfish in the world. Next, please. But still your country has a lot of potentials to produce this tropic omnivorous fish. But it depends on you. How would you like to promote its aquaculture? Next, please. Catfish is one of the most resistant fish species in the world, but although this fish is very resistant, it needs to like providing warm temperature and providing high quality feed management. The density of catfish is completely depend on the production systems. For example, in concrete ponds, we need to increase the volume of, we need to increase the density of fish, since to cover the cost of production. The production time completely depends on water, especially under 24 or 25 degrees centigrade. You can harvest these species at least 2 times per year. Next. This is a schematic graph for poultry catfish. The life fish is completely similar to most of the fish species. This fish the life stage starts from egg and later to fry, and juveniles, and later fingerlings and growths. Next. As I mentioned, this fish species is very resistant to environmental fluctuations, but it doesn't mean that we forget to provide high quality water and providing high quality feed as well as good management. This fish species suffer from some disorders like behavior. To avoid this issue, we need to sort fish during the whole of the life stages, especially when the fish are bigger. And in developing countries, in most of the developing countries like Nigeria, having access to extruded feed is mostly problematic. Therefore, we need to think about the quality of the feed. For example, the pellets need to be strong enough in the water, because these fish species usually take its feed from the top parts of the water. The other issue for catfish is genetically improved brood stock is really limited. And as I studied before coming to Nigeria, I learned that Nigerian government has provided some subsidies and facilities to improve this species much better than before. These are the most important part of aquaculture catfish. For example, there are some metabolic and nutritional issues that they can cause some disease problems. Especially this comes from unbalanced fish feed and also unbalanced vitamin and mineral premixes. When we provide very low quality feed in the fish ponds, usually the feed can be dispersed in the water, and usually we can face eutrophication. And some hazardous algae and plants can grow in the pond, and it makes the catfish culture relatively costly. Next. Some of the popular diseases related to catfish are fin and skeletal problems, but as I mentioned, most of the diseases in catfish are related to a proper fish feed. If we can provide a well-formulated fish feed for catfish and a well-balanced vitamin mineral premixes, most of these diseases can be prevented. Yes, and we believe that prevention is always much better than treatment. So we have also some approaches to prevent disease in catfish, and Pablo can continue with that. Thank you.
Hello again. I will take a part also in the aquaculture part, and we would like to speak a little bit about gut health, please. No. No. In the other direction, please. Go ahead. Okay. Gut health. At the end, like Elias was explaining first for poultry, also in every animal we have a very important part that is the gut, and the gut is the part that we put the feed inside, and the animal has to absorb it, no, to absorb it into the body, and then that's why it's really critical. We all know also that we have a huge surface because we have a microvilli internally in all the gut. This is general for all the animals, not only for fish. Must be permeable for nutrients and not permeable for toxins or bacteria or etc. Okay, so it's quite special how it should work. Okay, we are in Miavit developing solutions to help this gut working as better as possible. Please, next. Okay, and I am pretty sure that many of you have heard about gut permeability, okay, because it's a concept that is really getting famous, no, the last years. And the gut permeability is just that. So we have a normal gut where the cells of the villi, they are fine, they are together, and they are not permitting to move inside toxins or pathogens. But we have a gut, a permeable gut, that due to inflammations or to any other processes, the cells in the villi get separated, and then we have the toxins and the pathogens coming inside the blood. And then we have the problem. Okay? Please, next. And these problems could be, of course, bacterial problems, okay, as many bacteria that we find, but in aquaculture is very typical Vibrios or Aeromonas. Please, next. But we also have viruses, okay? Viral problems, okay? And these kind of two problems, we can get it through the gut. Next. And what are the effects that we get when we have these problems in the gut? We have less active animals because they are getting less nutrients. We are putting the money in the rubbish, let me say, because we are creating a nice feed, spending a lot of money on the feed, and at the end, we are not assimilating this money that we have invested, okay? Consequence, low feed conversion rate and performance, so total loss of money, okay? A consequence is that we will have a higher mortality rate, okay? Please. Then our solution, it's a holistic solution, and what we are working, it's in a multi-component product. Here I have a sample. Later on, who is interested, we can just have a look into it. We are working in many segments. Mainly in monoglycerides of short-chain fatty acids and medium-chain fatty acids, okay? Tributyrins, essential oils, and yeast cell walls, okay? And with all these components together in the gut, we are trying to get a good health in the gut. The concept of eubiosis, okay? Eubiotic, that I am pretty sure you also heard it during the last years. Please. Another one. Next. Okay. Product, as you saw, it was based in medium-chain fatty acid and in short-chain fatty acids. So acids. And why acids? Okay. It's compared with two other potential ingredients, no, that we can choose, because the main one, and for me the most important, is that they are not generating resistances. Okay, so the acidifiers are products that they are not creating problems in the long term of using. Okay, please, next. Okay, then we have monoglycerides, diglycerides, and triglycerides. This is just a little bit a small explanation about theory, no? Why or monoglyceride, diglyceride, and triglyceride. It's just when we put in the same fatty acids 1 molecule of glycerol, 2 molecules of glycerols, or 3 molecules of glycerols. Okay, this is the main difference. Please, next. And the main difference between traditional organic acids and mono, D, or triglycerides, okay, so making the acid together with the glycerol, it's reflected on this table, and it's very, I think, quite easy, no, to understand. They are pH independent, okay? Acids, normal acids, organic acids, they are pH dependent. They are corrosive, so this is very useful also when we have to use it, our workers, our machines, so it's much more safe. They are not volatiles, and this means that they are not smelling. They are not also making some not good smelling to the feed or also to the workers, no? To be much more easy to use. Neutral aroma. We also have emulsifier effect due to the glycerol. We are joining molecules of glycerols to these acids, and then we are getting this emulsifier effect. This is helping the fish to digest the fat in the feed. So it's making the fat of the feed much more available for the animal. Okay? The antimicrobial effect, as you can see, is much more potent than normal acids, and we will see now in the next slide why. And okay, the rest are maybe less important. Please, next. It is not the same to speak about short-chain fatty acids than to speak about medium-chain fatty acids. They have some specific differences, and they are not working in the same line. Most important short-chain fatty acid, propionic and butyric. In the medium chain, then we have caproic, caprylic, capric, and lauric as the main ones, no, or the most used, commonly used. Medium chain fatty acids, they have an effect against bacteria and viruses, and short chain fatty acids, they have mainly an effect against bacteria, and also they are gut energy. So I am pretty sure you also heard many times about butyric acids, tributaries, etc. This is gut energy, energy for the belly. Please, next. Okay, this is exactly what I just spoke. Please, next. Okay, why these medium chain fatty acids, they have a very high antibacterial effect? Because they are confusing the cell membrane. Just in resuming, okay? This confusion in the cell membrane of the bacteria will generate problems that we will see in the next slides, please. This will generate different problems, okay, in the cell membrane, but at the end, just key idea. They come into the middle of the membrane, and then they confuse the bacteria, okay? And when the bacteria gets confused, they cannot replicate, they cannot reproduce, they collapse at the end. Next. Okay, this is what I was saying. Inhibit the synthesis of proteins, they have also systemic effect, etc. I was saying, but here is not possible really, I don't know if I think you are not seeing well, the antimicrobial effect of the medium chain fatty acids, so again, acid plus glycerol, is higher than the normal acids. And there are many scientific studies. It's not Miavit saying, it's a lot of scientists behind doing minimum inhibitory concentration tests, okay? And this is really proven that the monoglycerides, alpha monoglycerides, are much more effective than the unique acid itself, okay? Please. But not only for bacteria, because we are talking about bacteria right now, but also with viruses, okay? Because especially with viruses, we have enveloped, as you know, we have non-enveloped viruses and enveloped viruses. Okay, the enveloped viruses, they also have a membrane, a lipid membrane, okay, around them. And then with these medium chain fatty acids, we are also able to disturb this membrane. And then, by the way, in the same direction than with the bacteria, we are able to disturb this membrane, and then the virus is also collapsing because they are not able mainly to replicate themselves. Okay, so they just stay there and die. Next, please. Then we come to the short chain fatty acids, and the short chain fatty acids more or less also affecting to the bacteria, not only to the membrane, also to the membrane, but they come inside. So the bacteria is absorbing them. Once they are in the cytoplasma inside, they generate different problems also to the cell, and the cell finally collapses also. Next. But they only don't have these antibacterial capacities. They also have, and that's why it's also very interesting for a gut health product, they also have this property to increase, to make longer the villi on the intestine. So we get much more strong, the cells of the villi in the intestine, they grow much faster, and the crypts are deeper. Okay, this is because the mono and triglycerides of butyric acid, they are acting like pure energy for the cells of the villi. Okay, they are absorbing it directly, and then they are using it as energy, and they are able just to multiplicate much faster. Okay. Please, next. So, in the product, we find these medium chain fatty acids, we find these short chain fatty acids, and we also find, as Mr. Elias talked before, essential oils. Okay? And essential oils, they have really interesting properties. Okay? The main ones are here. They also have some antibacterial effects. Okay? They have a very synergistic effects with the acids that we already have in place, okay? And they also stimulate secretion of digestive enzymes. So the animal is generating by themselves better enzymes to digest the feed that we are supplying them, okay? And then we are also interfering in the current sensing of all the bacteria that we have in the pond, okay? To disturb them and don't allow them to make us many trouble. Okay, next. Okay, there is a lot of bibliography about essential oils in aquaculture. We are using thymol, okay, coming from oregano, and okay, I don't want to make it longer with the bibliography. And then finishing after the acids, short chain, medium chain, and the essential oils, we also have yeast cell wall in the product, just as a functional carrier, let me say, okay? And then in this yeast cell wall, we found some products, they are really important with the prebiotic effect they have. That is the beta-glucans and the mannans. They have this kind of helping in the gut with this prebiotic effect. The most also gram-negative bacteria, they have a nice effect to block them, okay? To block them, and then they just go in the feces. And this is making this functional carrier a very nice immunomodulator. Next. This is what I just said. So at the end, the yeast cell walls that we are using is a very purified one, including these amounts of mannans and beta-glucans. Please, next. So, as a summary, GUT12, that is the name of it, has been developed in Miavit to support the gut, okay? If we have a healthy gut in aquaculture production, especially in catfish, we can much better profit the investment we are doing in the feed. And the investment we are doing in the feed is the higher investment that we are doing in the production of catfish. Please, next. So, as a resume, again, the product is containing short chain fatty acids, medium chain fatty acids, tributylene, essential oils, and yeast cell wall. Okay, as a complete package, as a complete solution to help you. So, now we will continue with Aquamist fish meal replacer, and again I give the option to Hamed.
Thank you, Pablo. So, Aquamix fish meal replacer. You know that as a fish farmer, one of the most important part of expenses of fish farm is nutrition. In 2022, about 770,000 tons aqua feed was manufactured in Nigeria with most of the feed factories, which could provide above 80% of required feed in the market. But the rest of this amount, 20%, was produced at the farm at the farms in Nigeria, which was relatively traditional and provided with most of the local available feed components. Next, please. So, most of the fish farms in Nigeria, as we visited last year, they were earthen ponds, and they started and they mostly used the commercial feed from Alltech, Aller Aqua, and Olam. And the grow-out feed was produced, as I mentioned, by the farms, and it was sometimes sold to the neighbors to grow out their fish. The fish farmers in your country follow the strategy of all-in and all-out fish. This is very important because it protects cannibalistic behavior in the farm. Next, please. During our last visit in Nigeria, we collected above 60 samples from fish feed components, and we analyzed them in Germany to measure the nutrient approximate composition of these feed components. Next. The results classified in three groups: plant energy sources, and plant-based proteins, and animal-based proteins. You can get this information or results from our colleagues in Agricare if you want to formulate your your fish feeds. Next, please. The most of the plant-based proteins were peanut cake and soybean. You can get the results from Agricare if you need them. Next, please. And the animal-based proteins which were analyzed were feather meal, blood meal, and fish meal, and meat meal. Next, please. Usually farmers, catfish farmers, like most of the aquaculture producers, have a lot of problems. Having access to high quality feed is very restricting. And also fish meal, especially right now, is very limiting since aquaculture is growing. And the catch fish from the oceans is very limiting now. This results the high prices of fish meal in the market. As the price of fish meal is very high, there is a lot of cheating in this raw material. So it would be better to invest a lot on some suppliers that they provide high quality fish meal, or find a very promising alternative for this raw material. The other issue for catfish farmers in Nigeria was having access to well-balanced or nutritionally balanced fish feed, as well as vitamin mineral premixes. This is one of the experiences that we had from another developing countries. We visited some fish farms in Middle East. They mentioned that they have a lot of vitamin and mineral premixes, but the price is very low, and we were relatively curious about it. So we tried to collect some of the vitamin mineral premixes from the market, and we analyzed them in nutritional laboratories in Germany. But unfortunately, we found a very high variation between the results on the label and what we found in the product. So we can recommend you to provide these raw materials from very reliable suppliers in the market. The other issue is the quality of the feed. As I mentioned before, extrusion is very limited, maybe in your country, and the stability of feed is very important when you feed your fish. If the fish pellets disperse in the water, a lot of nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, and some vitamins can be solved in the water, and this results some eutrophication. We need to also think about fish in and fish out score. Have you heard about it or no? Maybe some of you know the answer, but let me explain you. In and fish out means that usually for feeding fish in aquaculture sector, we need to catch fish from the sea and oceans, and then feed them to the aquaculture fish in the ponds. This is sometimes not realistic or not reliable. We need to think to decrease this score as soon as possible to protect our oceans and these pelagic fish to feed other aquatic species in the oceans. Next, please. To see how potential has a raw material to replace fish meal, we calculated replacement score based on crude protein and essential amino acids like methionine, lysine, and threonine. The replacement scores higher than 1 means that this raw material or this product has a potential to replace fish meal. As you can see from this table, most of the feed components in the market don't have very high potential to replace completely fish meal. So we need to find a solution for this restricting raw material. So we decided to provide and produce a concentrate which has not only some essential amino acids, but also has some contents and some protein contents and antioxidants. Next, please. Maybe you can see then for the nutrition from this product, but next, please. But with including 2.5% of this fish meal replacer, this is an optimized product, and plus 10 to 15% animal-based proteins, and 50% plant protein, and some mineral supplements, you can reduce the fish meal concentration in fish feed by below 5%. You don't need add any synthetic amino acids. like methionine, lysine in your fish feed, you don't need to add any extra vitamin mineral premixes because it has already these premixes. And there are also some value added ingredients in this product like antioxidants and some organic acids that they can help the digestion of lipid, proteins, and some minerals. Next, please. The target of developing this product is providing a healthy fish, especially the fish has healthy skin and scales. You know that this is the first barrier of disease in fish due to some mechanical management or mechanical handling. If the skin destroys and injured, bacteria and parasites can easily enter to the body and affect your fish. By including this product, it is supposed to get satisfactory fish performance as well as reducing the fish meal, which is a sustainable approach for cultivation for producing catfish. We can also later support you by providing some feed formulation advices if you need. Next, please. And the other product is attractant. Next. As I mentioned, the price of fish meal is increasing, and fish feed manufacturers are going to replace fish meal with some other alternatives in the market. Most of them are trying to replace fish meal with some plant proteins, which is decreasing the attractivity of feed for fish. Therefore, we need to provide some supplementary products for fish to accept feed much better than before. If the fish don't consume so much feed in the pond, the rest feed can be in the water, and the water quality will be decreased, and you need to increase some aeration in the system, as well as outbreak of disease. Therefore, we need to feed the fish as much as possible to guarantee their growth, as well as protecting water quality in the pond. Next, please. During the life stages of fish, you know that small fish in the hatcheries usually feed on live fish, like Artemia and zooplankton. In fish nutrition, live fish feed are very expensive comparing to external feed or dry feed. So we need to feed or fry, usually with dry feed. But the issue here is that usually a small fish needs some time to learn how to catch feed in the pond. And this time is very critical when you want to boost your fish or fish fry from these small sizes to bigger sizes. The target is weight of 1 gram during 1 month after hatching the fish. Next, please. During when you feed your fish, sorry. It is very important to feed them as much as possible to enter them to the sizes that they are resistant to disease. So we tried, so we developed a product which is attractant, and it contains some low molecular weight, low molecular weight, and it is water soluble. This product can solve in the water, and the fish can detect them very well. And the fish feed will be consumed as much as possible. By intaking this feed, the FCR will be improved, water quality will be guaranteed, and the fish will get the weight that they are relatively resistant to most of the disease. Next, please. Our attractant has not only some aromatic agents, but also has some nucleotides and also some vitamins and amino acids that they can guarantee the feed consumption. In the final product, including 1% of this product, 360 milligram of attractant will be guaranteed. Next, please. How is the application of attractant? This is a liquid product which can be used by fish farmers easily by feeding or adding to the feed. And then after mixing feed with the attractant, you can feed your fish with the supplemented feed. There is another way, by feed manufacturers in the post-pelleting by spraying on the feed, or during conditioner by mixing with the mixer. Next, please. Yes, we need to think a bit more sustainable since resources are really limited, especially fish meal. Thank you very much. We also have some portfolio. Our approach is in aquaculture department of Miavit. Mia Aqua Nucleotide is another product which has developed recently in our company, and it's coming soon. Natural antioxidant. Dr. Ilyas talked about it. Oxidation is really a challenging in fish, like broilers and layers, to protect the fillet and also the health of the fish. This product has lots of natural antioxidants as well as vitamin E and polyphenols. We have developed probiotics rich in beta-glucans and vitamin mineral premixes as before. And next, please. I think this is the last slide. This is our last visit in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Great farmers. Great farmers. Please help me put your hands together for Dr. Hamid. If he did a great job, even though I know some of us did not hear what he was saying. And that is exactly why I'm here.
So once again, I'd like to thank everybody for your time. Before he comes on board to speak, I really like to, at this stage, because I know that you have given us much of your time, but I like to appeal to you what is that you still patiently wait with us, especially after he is through with his presentation. There is a very special topic, totally different from what Agricare is known for before. That is in the area of ruminant. Those who are in the business of ruminant, I want to appeal to you as a cow, sheep, goat. We have an important and also having to do with management of this calf and cow as regards to milking, milk, the reason why we are not able to get enough of milk from our cows here. We will address that. And number 2 is the calf development. You know that if the cow is well developed, you can get the best result when it is adult. So this topic is very, very important to us, and I want to appeal to all of you at the end of this aqua segment, that those that are handling or taking care of large animals should patiently wait to receive this lesson or this lecture, because it's really, really very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Great farmers. Great farmers. No farmers. Please, how many we have here? Many. Let me see our hands. Okay, yeah. Let me just quickly summarize what my colleague just said. You know, Agricare has an innovative way of dealing with some of the problems we have or we are facing in our livestock industry. And Miavit are here to offer some of their solutions. And like I said, we have an innovative way of dealing with some of these solutions. In this picture, this is one of their visits to Nigeria in recent time. And what do they come to do? Now, they came around and took samples. I remember I visited some of the farmers here and took some products like plant proteins, your animal protein, and even our fish meal, and took it back to Germany to analyze it so that they could come back with an innovative and effective and efficient solution for farmers. This is no longer a news that farmers are bleeding. It's no longer a news. And now, while we were coming in from Ibadan on Sunday, one of my great boss said something. He said, Abayomi, are you not feeling the heat of this crisis we are having in industry? He said, why is your company not feeling it? I said, Oga, we are feeling it though. It's not as if we are not feeling it. But I said something that my MD has a forward-looking approach to some of the problems we are currently facing. For instance, sometimes ago, my MD visited one of the big farmers here, Mr. TJ, and numerous farmers, and asked them, what is the major challenges that farmers are facing? And Mr. TJ told us, he said, help us solve the problem of fish meal. He went to another farmers. The same complaint was about fish meal. And now then, how much was fish meal then? A good fish meal was maybe 1,500. But currently, how much is 72% sold now? How much? 72% is about 2,400, 2,500. And now, no farmer can survive with this current price. And now, as a company, we have taken some steps ahead before now. And that is why Miavit designed a product called Fish Meal Replacer to address the problem of fish meal, price, cost of fish meal, and scarcity of fish meal. And that, the solution for FMR was brought to fish farmers. And I know quite a number of farmers are already using the product, and they can testify to the efficiency of this product. What is in fish meal? Now, what is in fish meal that we are using? What makes fish meal? Fish meal is the amino acid that is inside it. A common saying to most farmers is that many farmers believe here that if there is no fish meal in our feed, there is no way the nutrition or the diet of the fish is complete. because we believe that fish must be present. But what makes fish meal the most preferred animal source of protein? It is the amino acid profile. Many farmers today are formulating based on the basis of crude protein. I like to tell you that you are missing it. In this current age, no farmer is producing feed only on the basis of crude protein. If we want to use crude protein as a measure to determine quality feed, blood meal has the highest percentage of crude protein, of over 80% crude protein. Why can we not include it in our feed meal, in our feed production? Because the amino acid profile in blood meal is not balanced like fish meal. The same with poultry meal. The truth is, none of these animal sources of protein that I just mentioned can conveniently replace fish. But we have come with a solution that can conveniently address that problem of fish meal, which is our fish meal replacer. 25 kg of this product is all you need to make a ton of feed. Like I said, 100 kg of our imported fish meal is about 250,000 naira now. Am I correct? No farmer can sustain, you can't sustain a business on this. But as a company, we come up with a solution that can match, that can solve this problem. With 25 kg of our fish meal replacer, you have conveniently solved 100 kg of your fish meal. That means you already completely knock out 100 kg of fish meal from your feed. Imagine you have 100 kg of imported fish meal at 250,000, and we have a solution here that is less than 100,000 naira that can solve that problem. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? And that is what FMR is all about. Like I said, what he has communicated to us are the details, are the technical details of some of these products. But farmers here that are using this product for ages, for many years now, can confidently testify that FMR, our fish meal replacer, is a solution to the fish meal crisis. And we all know that we are already entering another season of fish meal scarcity. We are already entering another season. So for us as a farmer that are already bleeding regarding the high cost of production, this is a way to cut down on your cost of production by more than 40%. And apart from the fish meal replacing function of this product also contains quality or premium premix. With this product, we don't need to add premix to your feed again, because the quality of premix that is needed in that your feed for 1 ton already contained in a bag of this FMR. Also, you will not need antioxidants again. You will not need toxin binder. Lysine, methionine are already being taken care of in 1 bag. Don't you think we deserve a round of applause? Also, he mentioned some other products that they are doing, like their attractants. Many farmers today, because of the cost of fish meal, also another animal source of protein, they are substituting them with plant protein. And because of that, the fish are not consuming the feed. The feed is not palatable. The attraction there is no longer, is not there. Now, there is another solution that we call our attractant. Just 1%, 1 kg into 1 ton of feed is what you need, such that even if you are putting more, maybe towards your finishing stage, if you are using more of plant protein, you can still boost the palatability and the attraction of your feed with our new innovation called attractants. Then on the portfolio is what we call a product that addresses the gut health of our fish. Of course, as a company, you know, we discourage the use of antibiotics so much, due to the fact that it's both dangerous to human and even the animal. We don't subscribe to it as a company. And of course, Miavit are aligned with our philosophy. And that's why we have come with another product that addresses the gut of our fish, which is organic acid from the stable of Miavit, to address the health challenges of our fish, just like some of the major challenges of major health challenges we have in fish, like the tail rot diseases, skin cancer, broken head. Some of these problems can be prevented nutritionally without having to load your fish or your animal with antibiotics. And that is why I said, as a company, we have an innovative of addressing issue. So if you lay hold, or when you lay hold on any of these products, one thing is sure: you will make money. You will make money. Not all farmers are not making money. No, not all farmers are not making money. Some farmers are still making money. I remember one farmer told me that even if they sell fish for 1,000, that he will still make profit. Why? Because he has discovered the secret to sustainable aquaculture through our solution. Please put your hands together for Agricare once again. So I like to, okay, please, one of the reasons why we need to wait till the end of this program, for some of us that have been waiting since, is the fact that there will be a certificate for all the participants after the presentation. Thank you very much. Let me bring my, okay.
Please help me to celebrate Mr. Bayomi for the recognition. My MD talked about ruminant nutrition. So briefly, we are going to have a ruminant presentation briefly now, and the for that is Dr. Amin. Please help me to celebrate him.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You are asleep, guys. You are asleep. Okay, very nice. Good afternoon, sisters and brothers. We have the honor to be here in Nigeria, all of a Miavit team. That it's a really pleasant state to be between the sisters and the brothers, and inside the second family with Mr. Fidelis, who is the CEO and director manager for Agricare since years ago, that we have the pleasure to work with him. And I would like to thank everybody for his presence, for the vets, or for the sisters and the brothers today with us. I will talk quickly, okay, and I will treat also a poultry, a very important topic. Today is the feed management and the optimum quality of the concentrate. We will talk about the concentrate, right? So before starting, please, who is a feed mill? Raise the hand. Feed miller, please. We need to participate together. Feed mill, raise the hand. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Only 3 persons. Only 3 persons, Mr. Fidelis. 3 mills. Feed mills. Farmers. Broiler farmers. Raise the hand, please. Very nice. Layer farmers. Raise the hand. Who is the layer farmers? Who is doing nothing? So please raise the hand. We need to participate because I will a lot of time, okay? But we need to participate together in order to less. Okay, we start. Okay, as you can see, is the most important thing for us is the day-old chick. We are talking about poultry. So, for layers, we talk about starting from the day-old chick. For breeders, we are talking about starting from the day-old chick. For the backyards, the same. And for the feed millers, it's their interest also for the day-old chicks and also for the broilers, which is a very most important topic today also is the day-old chicks. So, you are with me, right? Hello? You are with me. Stay with me, please. Please, audience. Okay, very nice. So, first of all, we need to understand it's not question of negotiation. It's not question of only price. Because here in Nigeria, a lot of questions about price. Please, what is the price of energy mix? Please, what is the price of a concentrate? What is the price? Yes, I agree with you, but there is another topic is the quality of the thing or the concentrate that you use. You are using a quality, bad quality or good quality. I give you an example. If you buy shoes, okay? Stay with me, please. So if you buy shoes with a very nice quality 2 times per year, it is different that you buy 100 shoes with a very bad quality every month. You understand? You understand me or not? If you don't understand me, please raise the hand. Okay, very nice. So, we buy 2 Adidas original shoes or we buy 100 chai shoes. What do you prefer? So, you are losing money in buying 100 shoes every month. But you are preserving money purchasing or the quality of shoes 2 times per year. So I would prefer, I'm also a farmer. I am a farmer of layer hens. My father is a farmer. Okay? So that's why always, it's not a question of negotiation. The price is very easy. You can go to Mr. Fidelis, please, Mr. Fidelis. We discuss, he will do feed formulation, firm service, and the price for you. Okay? But the quality, Mr. Fidelis, you give me good quality or medium quality. This is why we're here and why we brought these bags today. Stay with me, please. Okay, starting to be very quick. For the day-old chick, for the young baby, okay, we have 2 segments. We have factors who affect the day-old chick, okay, non-nutritional factors, which are not from the nutrition. They are stress factor, transportation, vaccination, etc., etc. Chick quality, it's not belong when you bring a day-old chick which is not with a good quality. It doesn't belong to that you give him maize or soya or zootechnical problems, management, temperature, humidity, etc., etc., etc. This is not our topic today. Because this, you need to pay attention, but we will talk later. Now, we need to pay attention, very important, to nutritional factors. Which are the nutritional factors? Okay. So, first of all, feed behavior, the GIT, gastrointestinal flora for the day-old chick. This coming from a nutritional factor. We are the farmers or feed mills, etc. We need to handle it. Okay. So, available nutrient, what does it mean? I have 2 raw materials, okay? 1 raw materials is for the energy, both of them. Both maize corn, and another one. But where I have the most available nutrient for my day-old chicks, in the corn or in other ones. This is what we are going to do and to focus. Okay? Enzymatic system for the day-old chicks. Why we developed the energy mix that Mr. Femi talked before? Do you have a babies, no? Most of you are fathers. So did your baby eat, for example, I don't know, coffee? Or a rice, big meal of rice? No, because it's not mature to eat this kind of meals. So his enzymatic system, it's not developed yet. That's why we need to give him something which is ready to digest directly and to get benefit and profit from it. Okay? This is for the introduction to understand where exactly we are going. Next, please. Nice. Today we are going to talk about only feed. Feed, okay? So, for the feed mills, it's really interesting to them. For the farmers, for the backyards, etc. The feed. Very important. Here in area, we have something, well, we have a high temperature in some places. So, I will be quick. Pay attention that if there is a high temperature with high moisture, which is humidity, okay? How do you do the storage of the feeds? Please, mister, how do you do storage of the feed? How do you store your feed? Bags or silos? Bags? Where? Where in bags? For the warehouses? With the air or without air? Nice. This is what we are looking for. We look that if there is high amount of humidity and high amount of temperature, we will have a merge in the aflatoxins, which Dr. Elias just talked about it. Just take a picture for the relationship between humidity and the temperature. Further to protect your feed. Next, please. This is the same thing. Optimum storage conditions are slightly different for every raw material. Okay? In general, the drier, the better. But here I'm going to show you some for the feed mills. When there is a little bit water in the feed, it's better for them. A little bit. Why? Because of the weight. There is more water inside of the feed, so there is more weight. But my brother, we don't need a feed with a high amount of humidity. We are talking about maximum 12% of humidity in the feed. Not more than 12%. Why? Because if we will have more than 12% of the humidity or water inside of our feed for broiler, layer or whatever, we will encourage or give the opportunity to the aflatoxins to grow and affect our layers and affect our broilers. For aflatoxins, ochratoxins, zearalenone, fuminizine, etc. Mainly not the storage mycotoxins, which are zearalenone, the ochratoxins and the aflatoxins B1, which come from the bad storage. Next, please. Nice. You need to know, very important point, that when you store your feed in the bags, there is a process, the name is auto-heating. What does it mean, auto-heating? That the feed generate heat inside of the bag, automatically generate heat. This is an example. Okay, silo with 3,000 tons of wheat. We put them the first days after storing the metabolic process in the grain produce heat. What does it mean? For the first day, we put about 3,000 tons of wheat inside of the silo. We observed that inside of the silo, okay, the heat is increasing. And after time, when you get your wheat out, so the heat will decrease a little bit. But sisters and the brothers, the problem is when the heat starts increasing, this give a very nice environment to the mycotoxins to grow. Next, please. What is the solution for the feed mill who did not store in the bags, for example, for the flat? So, you need obligatory solution. We talk about solutions, sisters and brothers. One of the solution, we need aeration, the air. Because why? If I don't put these pipes, what I will have here is auto heating. So the grain will generate heat. Okay. And I will generate aflatoxins, ochratoxins, etc. So, what do we do? Stay with me. Stay with me, please. What we do is we put pipelines for the air to avoid this process of auto heating. Okay? Next. This is kind of the storage also for some people who are using for the raw materials. We talk about raw materials. But here some risk is for the rodents, okay, some for the mouses, etc. Be careful. Okay. We talk about type of storing. The best type of storing sometimes is the silos. Okay, this kind of silos used in whole Europe. Okay, with the basic and conic one. There is a system here that the aeration. So there is a system, extraction of the air in order to avoid the process of when we store the raw materials, to avoid the process, sorry, for what? Auto heating, self-heating. Okay. Next, please. So, Dr. Amin, what is self-heating? How we can explain it? Pablo, be with me. So, you are with me, right? If you are not with me, just stop me. I will stop and ask any kind of questions. Okay. We will see it more closely. Okay, how we see it more closely? Imagine that this is a silo. What happened? All of this is a raw material. Imagine that this is wheat, or this is a broiler feed, or I don't know. So, here there is an entry of the cold, so the air. What we find is, here is the cold air and the cold grain. The auto or self-heating is going up. And what happened is, we have here a high space or high zone or area of moisture, which is humidity. And this is in the surface. And normally what you do, always you find in this zone that there is aflatoxins and ochratoxins. But you do mistake, sisters and brothers. What is the mistake that we do? Is the following. When we want to analyze, sometimes we pick the samples to analyze the aflatoxins and the ochratoxins from here, not from here. So sometimes you cannot you find that your feed or your raw material is okay, but in reality, you didn't get the right sample from the right way. That's why we advise always, when you have a big store of the raw material and you want to analyze if you have toxins or no inside of your store or your raw materials, try to pick from different places. Different places to have a 10 kg sample, you mix different places, and after that, from 2 kg, sorry, and you send it to the analysis of the toxin. Next. Very important thing also, I'm not going to spend a lot, but for the silos, with this kind of silos, there is a big problem. The problem is here. If we have a soybean meal, which is a little bit, the particle size of the soybean meal is small. So, we will have that this angle, okay guys, so this angle is a little bit high. What does it mean? That this will be like this, more closer. When will be more closer? If I have here soybean meal, okay, inside of it, the flowability of the soybean meal will be here, and I will have here a batch of oat. I got this soybean meal out of my silo. And this accumulation of the soybean meal accumulation will generate a problem for me. So we need to pay attention. The people, what they do, very easy. There is a process, I don't know if we have it here in Algeria or no, is they do micro vibration. They vibrate the silo in order to have all the batch out, and you fulfill a new batch of soybean meal. If you have in your silo accumulation of the raw materials from 2 months ago, it's a problem. Next, please. Next, please. This is for the back. Imagine that like this. Without air, without nothing, sunlight, so we will have for sure toxins. That's why we use binders, the range Miabond. The name, remember it guys, so Miabond is the range binders in Agricare. Next, please. Nice. This is the sampling. I'm coming back, okay? Just stay with me. Okay? Next, please. Next. Okay. Just go back. Okay. Sometimes Dr. Elias before said that you cannot distinguish, you cannot see the mycotoxins, right? And this is correct. You cannot see it by the eye. But sometimes there is some factors or triggers that show you that this corn is okay or it's a medium quality, like these ones. So, this kind of maize, when you buy it, guys, it's sustainable, or you have more suggestion to have mycotoxins more than the all grain. Okay? Next. The same for the heat treatment of the soybean meal is very important. A lot of people who got the necrotic enteritis in his flock. You raise the hand? Clostridia. Who got Clostridia? Who passed the Clostridia? Do you know Clostridia perfringens or not? Nobody? Clostridia, yes? You have it? Did you see it inside of your flock before? One of the major problems for the Clostridia, so it is the bad heat treatment of the soybean meal. There is where the broilers will eat crude protein which is not digested. That give a high amount of crude protein for the broiler which is not digested. And this high amount is a very nice environment for the Clostridia to grow. So, pay attention to the heat treatment of the soybean meal. The soybean meal is very important. Why? If we increase the low treatment, we will affect the essential amino acids inside of the soybean meal. And this is what we don't want to do. Please, next. Okay. Here I will have 2 or 3 seconds. Mr. Fidelis, you like this picture, no? It is the NIR. So, I don't know if the sisters and the brothers know about the NIR. Before the end of 2024, we will bring a new machine technology, which is infrared spectroscopy for our team. What is this machine? So this machine work with an infrared technology, okay? We talk about the NIR 2500. There is 8 points how it analyze. There is 8 points. You put the raw materials. There is 8 points of the infrared. And because of the cross of the organic molecule inside, it gives you the result that you can analyze your raw material or your final feed for back. Go back, please. You can see how much crude protein do you have inside of your feed. You can see how much starch you have inside of your feed. You can see how much fat, fiber, and sugar. This machine, we will bring it here to Nigeria, so it will help and support if you would like to analyze your feed or your raw materials before start the feed formulation. It's very important. And how we work is, guys, listen to me, it's very important because I see the people talking right there. Please just pay attention here. So, for the raw materials, before start feed formulation, a lot of people, they talk about feed formulation. I formulate with this one, etc., etc. The basics of the feed formulation are very complex. It's not so easy that you understand. First of all, you need to update each batch of your raw material. What does it mean? I receive 200, for example, or 200 tons of corn, for example. I need to analyze my corn. If I am feeding to my animal corn of 7.6 crude protein, or I'm feeding to my animals a corn of 7.2 crude protein, because there is a difference here. And normally in Europe, sometimes, this is for the soybean meal, normally you have a difference of the prices because of the content of the crude protein inside of the raw material. It's not the same. So, normally the feed formulation, what we do is analyze raw material, see which kind of raw material I am working or I am feeding to my animals, and after that I will start the formulation based on the analysis that I did with the NIR machine. Next, please. Next. This is how it functions, the NIR machine. Next. So, this is a lamp for the machine. There is a point, cross point of the infrared, and it gives us a graph. This graph we collect, we Miavit, Germany, since years we are working on this. It needs a lot of efforts to this, to record a lot of samples to be always in the exactitude of your results. So, if you send me corn and you tell me, please, Dr. Amin, could you analyze it for me, how much crude protein or soybean meal? Okay, I tell you, no problem. Give it to me. I put it and I analyze it, and I tell you that soya is 45.5%. But you tell me that my supplier told me it's 46. I will tell you that you pay the money for 46 crude protein, but in the reality, you have only 44.5% crude protein. What does it mean? In Agricare, we work with the traceability. You are paying money for minus crude protein. For example, this is just a small example for the crude protein. What we do with the machine, we put it, there is a calibration, very complex calibration. We came from Germany, we're here, and we start analyze Nigerian farmers. And we give you, and this is not only for the raw materials, it's also for the feed. Hello? Hello? Yes. You were with a phone. I'm just joking. So, next, please. As I told you, the feed formulation, a lot of people talk about the price, feed formulation. And if I decrease 3 kgs of the corn, how much I will have a price, etc., etc. There is a lot of things related to the feed formulation. You cannot only came and start feed formulation and say that it's okay. No, we need to do trials to see if it is functioning or not, as energy mix, which is very important. And generally, the feed formulation is related to a lot of things. First of all, it's related to nutrient, a dry matter, a lot water inside. The LP computer, what does it mean? There is a linear program. This is LP computers. There is a linear program system inside of the laptop we formulate with. It's a very complex. But before starting the formulation or the feed formulation, we need to take a look at a lot of example. We are in heat stress or we are in the winter. It's rainy or it's dry. For example, the heat stress, the animal or the bird will eat less, I need to increase the energy for him because he eats less. So I need to decrease the carbohydrates and increase the fat. For example, which kind of nutrient I need to include in the heat stress, for example. This is one of the examples. So for the feed formulation, it's a question of a complex system. It's not so easy. We need to take a look at a lot of things. And one of the services that Agricare, Mr. Fimi and the others are doing is the offering the feed formulation to the people after listening to the farmers and seeing what he has, what is his case. Please, next. Okay, this is an example just to see, because you are here in Nigeria, to see what is the most raw materials used worldwide. We see, for example, in the United States, we see that they use maize, which is corn, and also they use, you can see that. Yes, you can see it. So normally they use maize. So for example, Canada, they use complex of wheat and corn. The wheat here is very expensive, but for some countries, they can include it to the feeding for the animals. So they use it. So there is a different systems that they use. For example, this is for the energy, the other for the protein. Next, please. So the compound feed, I will be quick. Compound feed, we have inside of the compound feed energy, protein, minerals, and the premixes. Okay, which is one of the inorganic matters. Okay, go ahead. Next. Okay. The energetic raw materials, this is in Sudan. Why I give you an example? Because it's so near from here and more or less the same system. So, we have several raw materials, but there is also problems for these raw materials. For example, we have the corn, which is the maize, but the problem for the corn is the pigmentation. There is people who don't want a pigmentation inside of their birds. For example, they want more pigmentation for the vitellus, which is the yellow of the egg. They want more. So the corn, more or less, it's its problem. Sorghum, it's one of the energetic raw materials. But sorghum has a problem. It can be used as an alternative for the corn, depend of the price, but it has a major problem, which is the tannins. Tannins are anti-nutritional factors inside of the sorghum, and what they do is they decrease the energetic level, metabolizable energetic level of the sorghum. So you need to formulate with little bit more sorghum than the corn. And the second thing, the second effect of the tannins, they decrease the digestibility of the amino acids. Next. And go back please, for the fats and byproducts. The problem here in Nigeria that we don't have oil. For other countries we use the oil, but the price here is expensive. That's why we need to think about alternatives. We need something with a high value of energy, and the incorporation rate is small, and we decrease the corn. And this is the concept that they did for the energy mix. They included the fat dry inside in order to replace the leak of oil. The oil, it has a problem also. This is an advantage. See it from the positive, be with me. See it from the positive point. Why? The oil also had some inconvenience, some problems. It's the oxidation, etc., etc. But the fat dry coming from the energy mix or coming from the additives, okay, it's a pure quality. So you are going to have a problem of oxidation like the oil, etc., etc. So if we see it positively. So this is what we use here in Nigeria. We use normally vegetable oil. We don't use it. The problem of the oil is the quality, and the fat, dry, is the replacer here. Go ahead, please. Okay. This is now neither just layer feed for about 10.5 megajoule, which is 2,700 kilocalories. We see that the vegetable oil is a source of energy with a high amount of kilocalories. We are talking about 8,000 kilocalories, 7,500 calories. That's why sometimes if we use just, hello? Just focus here. If we use concept of the energy mix, if we have oil, we use this small amount of oil, we will replace, where is the corn? We will replace this of the corn. But if we don't have, because why? Because the oil has a great level of energy metabolism for the bird. But we don't here in Nigeria. We use the fat, similar, dry fat inside of the energy mix, and we compensate the fat, and we take a little bit of corn, but gradually. And this, we need, case by case, you need to sit with Agricare people, share with them the case, understand from them, and they understand from you. They do for you feed formulation, private feed formulation for your own flock to get the result and to get the profit. And they told you how much corn you need to decrease. Mr. Femi talked before about this, but we need to always do the things professionally. Let's open our minds. It's not the old, it's 1980 only, fed the animals and give me meat and that's it. No. Which I'm African also, I'm from Algeria and I lived and I'm farmer. We need to the mentality and open-minded also, okay? So for the feed formulation, always for the service, we need to talk with Agricare people to see what is formulation for you. Next, please. Thank you. Okay. If you remember that I told you sorghum and corn, no? I talked about sorghum and corn, no? The sorghum is an alternative of what? Of what? Sorghum. Alternative of what? Of what? It's energy. I'm not going to continue if nobody going to respond me. The sorghum is protein, or it's a source of protein or source of energy? Huh? Very nice. What is the problem of the sorghum? Why we use more the corn? If it is available. The problem of the sorghum, what is it? Very nice. A nutritional factor, right? This is the figures. Here, this is the image. Why? The difference. This is corn. This is sorghum. You see, more or less, they have more or less fat. Same amount of fat. Also, we got the energy from the starch, right? It's amylose with amylase, and we got glucose, which is ATP for our, and they give me the meat, no? With the protein, no? So, we get the energy from starch. The sorghum is more, a little bit in the starch than the corn. What does it mean? It means that normally the sorghum, it has a high content of energy than the corn. But unfortunately, it's vice versa. The corn, we are talking about 3,150 kilocalories. And here we are talking about 370 kilocalories. What is the problem? You say it before. The problem is? Exactly. Thank you, sir. You deserve, God bless you. Next. Is the go back, please. I was just explaining, this is a limiting factor, content in tannins, why what we were talking about. Go ahead, please. We did a trial to see these tannins for the sorghum. For the people who want, Mr. Amin, you told me that sorghum, you can use it, so I will take out the corn and go for sorghum. Wait a little bit. You can use it, but be careful. It's not recommendable sometimes. Why? Because this is a maize. This is a sorghum. This is a content of tannins. In the maize there is no tannins. And this is an illegal digestion of the amino acids, okay? We see here that the content of the tannins is 0.38. The digestion from the maize decreased. If we increase the tannins, if the tannins content inside of the sorghum is high, you will decrease the digestion of the amino acids. What does it mean? If you buy concentrate with high quality, you pick it from Mr. Fidelis, you put sorghum with a high content of tannins, and you go to Mr. Fidelis, Mr. Fidelis, I cannot see your result 100% as I expected. Because you don't do analysis, you don't do a lot of things. So, you cannot see the tannins by your eyes, as well as the mycotoxins. You need to do reactions, like we did here for the Chlorex. This is just an example to see understand what is the sorghum. Go ahead, please. Next. Okay. Feed intake and energy. It's very important to understand that birds consume to meet their energy needs. What does it mean? The bird is consuming. When he arrives, when he satisfies his needs on energy, he stops eating. That's why the rule of thumb is the birds, the feed consumption is limited by the energy. High energy content, low feed intake. If the feed is diluted and the energy content inside of the feed is decreased or is low, the bird will eat more to satisfy his needs. Go ahead. So, here we have just taken note that the factors which are favorable for the energy and non-favorable to energy. High level of starch. If we have a high level of starch, that gives us a good result in energy. Fat level, corn and oatmeal. You see fat level? In the corn there is a fat level. What we did here in Agricare, we added the fat level more for the product that Mr. Femi talked before. Low level of minerals. Factors which are not good for the energy inside of our feed formulation are level of moisture, of humidity, content of lignin, for example. These lignin are like tannins, are anti-nutritional factors. Content of tannins and content in NSP. What does it NSP? Could everybody explain to me what does it mean NSP? All of you heard about NSP enzymes. I know that you know it. I would like that the audience and the brothers and sisters and NSP. What does it mean NSP? From where we get the energy? When we fed or feed the corn to the broiler, we get the energy from the starch. Correct or no? Correct or no? Okay. Now, the starch is a starch. Now, they told me, hey, if you put an enzyme, this enzyme is NSPase, you will have more energy. So, I will have energy from the starch and from this enzyme who is acting with the NSP. What does it NSP? NSP is non-starch saccharides. That means that the corn, the wheat offal, has a content of fiber. And this fiber, hemicellulose, is containing a polysaccharide, containing sugar inside. But this sugar cannot be broken by the animal, because the animal cannot have the power to the degradation of these sugars. So we thought that I can have more energy if I do the degradation of these fiber, small fiber, arabinose, etc., hemicellulose. So that's why they created this enzyme, and we have this enzyme inside of the energy mix, and it go directly to a degradation of this sugar, which is not digestible. It make him digestible, give me more energy as well as the starch. You understand? Is it clear or not? Clear? If it's not clear, tell me. So, before in the past, these NSP, which are non-starch polysaccharide, in the past were anti-nutritional factors as well as the tannins. But now, with the technology, they are, if I have non-starch polysaccharide, it's better for me. What does it mean? It means that if I have a feed formulation, a feed, with the content of fiber, I can use NSP. But if I have a feed without a good content of fiber, the NSP will not work very, very well. Why? The conclusion that these NSPs, these enzymes, need something to break or to broke. So that's why we give it fiber and we give enzyme, and please, Mr. Enzyme, break to me the sugars to have more energy for the birds. Please. Okay. Here is small, very important. That's why I told you to pay attention to the feed formulation. Here is different levels of what? Of amino acids. Hello? Of amino acids, okay. So, I will explain everything after for the protein. The most important thing for the bird is not the protein, not the crude protein, is lysine, methionine, cysteine, methionine, cysteine, threonine, and tryptophan, isoleucine, and valine, etc. Synthetic amino acids. These ones will have a chain. This one will be with this one, with this one, with this one. A chain to do polypeptide. These polypeptides will synthesize for us a protein in the broilers, or even for the eggs, or even for the broilers, to give us a good breast. So, if this one will be missed, could I have a polypeptide? Yes or not? If I miss one amino acid, or if amino acid is low, very low, the lysine, could I have a nice protein synthesized or not? Why? Exactly. Because we call it limiting factor. Limiting factors. That's why we always, when we buy concentrates, etc., when we feed formulation, we look at the level of amino acids, not only the crude protein. When you start to read feed formulation, you don't look only to the crude protein. Starter period, 23%. No. The most important thing is not the crude protein, is the synthetic amino acids, or the amino acids, digestible amino acids. And we call it real profile. It's something very complex. I'm not going to go deeper, but here, just keep it as it is. Why it's very important? So, I will give you an example. Please focus with me, guys. Very important here. You understand, sometimes when you see 23% at the starter period, you see that, I am all right. No, you are all right, but you still need something. Okay. So, So, this is sorghum, right? The green is sorghum. We said that the sorghum is a source of energy, it's not a source of protein. And here we are talking about the protein. So, conclusion, we are not going to have amino acids from the sorghum. We will have it from the soya. I'm just explaining to the people what is the story behind why soya, why sorghum, why corn. This is the story. So the sorghum is very low on lysine, as you see in green. Lysine, methionine, cysteine is very low. Okay. The corn in gray, the same, is a source of energy. It's not a source of protein. So we don't expect from the corn to supply me by the amino acids. It gives me a little amount, but not the majority. Two things here. The soybean meal or soya meal and the ground pond cake, the GNC. Do you have a GNC here in Nigeria, Mr. Femi? Okay. I will tell you why a lot of people that don't use the GNC and they use soya. I will tell you why. Okay. This one is a GNC. Okay? This one is a GNC, ground pound cake. This one is soybean meal, 44% of crude protein. And this one is the soybean meal, 46. Now, the question is, this one is a GNC, how much? 48%. Normally the 48% need to be higher. And after that, the 46 soya, and after that, the 44. Right? But here the problem is, for the amino acids content is, the GNC, even it is 48% crude protein, the amino acids are low than the soybean meal 44. You understand it? So, conclusion. If I formulate with the GNC 48% and I put that at the starter period I will have 23% and at the grower I will have 22% and at the finisher I will have 20% of crude protein for the feed formulation. Okay. Based on what? On a GNC 48%. Okay, it gives me the crude protein, but the level of amino acids is low. Why? Because we see it here. So, I need to do 2 kgs of a GNC to reach the same level of 1 kg soya meal 44. See the difference? You understand it or not? That's why we need always to focus, even for the aquaculture or even for the ruminant. The most important thing is the simple molecule for crude protein, which is the amino acids. This is how we evaluate the thing. So, if you find that Mr. Femi do formulation for you 22% and the amino acids is very as or Arbor Acres tell you, and you find another formulation with a 24 and the amino acids are not okay, this one, don't use this one. So please take a look to both crude protein and the amino acids profile. It's very important, and I will give you an example about that. Please, next. Everybody can see this is very important. This is very important. Okay. Why I'm revealing this? Because when we started formulating the concentrate, etc., we based the formulation and we based the technology of this all in this scientific purpose and data. Okay. Here is a small example. You see that at the starter period, but here it's very expensive, the starter period. You cannot use it because it's for the Nigerian market because it's very expensive. Why? I will tell you why. Here you can see that for the starter period, some of the farmers, they use only 20% of the crude protein. He used only 20%. So you will tell yourself that that's only 20%, but Ross 308, they told us you need to formulate with the 23. Okay. But if you go to a digestible lysine for the Ross 308 at the starter period, you will see you need to reach 1.27 for the lysine and for the methionine. Okay. So, normally, if this guy, he formulates with only 20%, he will have low acid profile, no? Normally. Yes or not? If I formulate with only 20% crude protein, so, conclusion, the level of amino acids will be down. Okay. You see that this guy, he formulates with only 20% at the starter, but the digestible lysine is 1.25%. More or less like Ross. But you told me, Dr. Amin, how? This guy, how he did is he incorporate a high amount of L-lysine, synthetic amino acids. This is exactly the concept what we do for the concentrate. Always we look to the amino acids. We don't look a lot to the crude protein because at the end, the bird is not going to eat crude protein. He's going to have the amino acids inside of the concentrate. So what I would like is, when I do feed formulation with the concentrate, I would like also to reach, more or less, it's very difficult to reach it 100%, nobody in the world, but to be close from the feeding recommendation of the genetics, using the concentrate. So always I formulate based on the amino acids, and that's why, well, this is what we do for the concentrate. Next, please. This is the energy mix that Mr. Fimi talked about. I'm not going to go back. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, this is the end point. Just focus with me to understand if you are going to buy concentrate, how did we produce it? From which basic? So, first of all is the target. We look to the stability. This one, we came from Germany to Nigeria. Need to be stable, yes or not, Mr. Fidelis? Need to be stable. We need to be stable. Store it also in your warehouse. So we need to include inside stabilizers. Think that stable, that the vitamin A stay vitamin A, vitamin E stay vitamin E, B12 stay the B12, etc. So we look for the economic. I can use for you stabilizers with a very high price that you cannot buy it. So it's a hard work to join between stability and the economic. And after that, the handling, so which is the homogeneity, what we are going to see. Next. 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 Yeah, just a moment. It is very important. I'm going to explain more or less. It's very important that this is the calcium, the limestone, the soya bean, the major components. But without a concentrate that you have inside, okay, for 1% layer, for example, for the productions, which contain the vitamins and trace elements, these enzymes are like, you cannot active this bulk if you don't use these two coenzymes. These vitamins are very essential that we bring them from the concentrate and we give them to the limestone, we give them to the energy, to soybean meal, to for me the target. Eggs or meat or day-old chicks, whatever. Go ahead, please. So small ingredients. Go ahead, I'm not going. This is the homogeneity. Go ahead. So, just to be quick, if there is somebody, just to be honest with you, I'm very honest, and if there is somebody who is thinking that this one is very easy to do it, just mix vitamins, trace elements, mix it in the mixer, bag, and send it to the customer. It's not like this. Imagine, for the vitamins, you need to warranty the homogeneity. Okay? Time left to ensure the homogeneity. So, imagine that this is a particle of vitamin A, and you have a production, this bag. How can you get a particle of vitamin A in each bag? If I don't do a very nice homogeneity that we do from Germany, we will have 10 particles of vitamin A here. 0, 2, 0, 0, 1. If you give this 10 to your bird, it will be A. But if you give them 0 and 2, it's a problem. You are going to Mr. Fidelis and you tell him that you sent me a concentrate of 12,000 or 10,000 international unit. So it's a complex process, how to ensure the homogeneity. It's not so easy. Go ahead, please. This is what I told you. So I'm not going to go deeper. This is 100%. This is more or less acceptable because there is a tolerance. Acceptable. The deviation is not so much. But this one, more than 10, the coefficient, variation coefficient, so it's not acceptable. This is the case, what I was talking about here. Here 10 particles, vitamin A and the lysine, and here 0, 0, only limestone. This is if you don't have the know-how how to mix this kind of concentrate. Go ahead. So this is more or less the approach. I don't know if I reached the expectations or not, but thank you so much for your, thank you so much.
So thank you. A round of applause for Dr. Amin for a lot of things from that feed management presentation. Very shortly, we are going to watch a video also round up. And like my colleague said the other time, we have a certificate for everybody because it is a training, so we have to give certificate for that. And also, we also have a special award for our major client too. So please, I want everybody to wait, and there will also be menu after the program too. Please, kind.
Hello and welcome all the way from Germany to our seminar today. My name is Corinna Ingmans and I'm the head of ruminant nutrition at Miavit. It's my pleasure to be with you here today to speak about the interesting topic of vitamins and minerals in ruminant nutrition. Ruminants, like cattle and sheep, are very strong and resistant animals. They are able to endure periods of drought, feed shortage, or lack of essential nutrients. The ruminant is called ruminant because this animal owns a feature that makes him outstanding compared to any other species. It's the rumen, an exceptional organ that is able to degrade fiber, a feed ingredient with low energetic value, into animal protein, as in milk or meat. But this is not the only thing the rumen is capable of. In the countless variety of rumen microbes, you will find even types which are able to produce vitamins of the B group. All these extraordinary characteristics have led many people to keep cattle or sheep as an insurance and as a stable supply of valuable food for their families. This could be the end of the nice story, but there's one famous saying in Germany which goes like, "Who rests, rusts," which means that if we stand still, we will not improve. So despite the fact that ruminants are quite resistant animals, there are little things that can have a significant impact on the performance, on the health, on the fertility, and on the lifespan of our animals. Therefore, I have dedicated the topic today to the small nutrients of vitamins and minerals which can have a significant impact, and I will be more than happy to present this topic to you in the next minutes. I have divided my presentation into three main parts, which are first, minerals, second, vitamins, and third, trace elements. In the mineral part, I will focus on the most important macrominerals as calcium, phosphorus, sodium, and magnesium. But I will also include vitamin D3, as vitamin D3 is playing a crucial role in the metabolism of calcium and phosphorus. Calcium, also known as limestone, as it's the most common source of calcium in the ruminant feeding, has many different functions inside the animal's body. Starting from the formation of bones and the development of teeth, we immediately think about young stock and young and growing animals. And this is true because a lack of calcium in this period, in the first weeks and months of life, will lead to a retarded growth and development. But also for adult animals, it's very important, especially considering the high body weight and the high body weight gain in beef cattle. A lack of calcium can lead to weak bones that are easily fractured. As a result, there can not only be problems with the bones as fracturing, but in the end it will also lead to a low growth rate. But not only in beef cattle, also in dairy cows, calcium fulfills a lot of important functions. Something we don't often think about is the muscle contraction and nerve impulse transmission. The milk of dairy cows contains high amount of calcium. Especially in the first days, the colostrum has an even higher concentration of calcium. And the problem is when cows are not able to absorb sufficient amounts of calcium from the feed or mobilize calcium from the bones, they will face hypocalcemia, which is which can be seen in impaired muscle contraction and Downer cow syndrome. So when cows go down in the first or second day after calving, most frequently the result or the reason is hypocalcemia, a deficiency of calcium. This impaired muscle contraction can also cause problems during the lactation because also the teat has a muscle that is closing the teat, and when this teat muscle is not able to close the teat properly, bacteria have an easy way to enter into the udder and cause mastitis. But in general, it's a required nutrient for the milk production. Calcium has one of the highest proportions of minerals inside the milk. So a lack of calcium Hello and welcome all the way from Germany to our seminar today. My name is Corinna Ingmans and I'm the head of seen in an impaired muscle contraction and Downer-Cow syndrome. To give you some ideas about how much calcium is really required, I calculated some numbers which I find very interesting. 50 grams of calcium are required for every kilogram of growth, considering young stock and beef cattle, or for every 10 liters of milk. This means 2 tablespoons of calcium every day for 10 liters of milk or for 1 kilogram of growth. And imagine if there's animals with higher growth rates or higher milk production levels, it's even getting more. So please have in mind, calcium is very important. The phosphorus has very similar functions compared to calcium. As you can see, and in the efficient use might be a result from the phosphorus deficiency. As I mentioned in the beginning, calcium and phosphorus are required, but they need one regulator, which is vitamin D3. So all these deficiencies of calcium and phosphorus can not only be a result of a deficiency of these two minerals, but it can also be a result of a deficiency of vitamin D3, because vitamin D3 is necessary to regulate the right amount of phosphorus and calcium inside the body. And this picture shows how vitamin D3 is uptaken in the animal's body and how it regulates calcium and phosphorus. Vitamin D3 can be produced in mammal skin when sunlight is shining on the skin by a photochemical production. At the same time, vitamin D3 can be uptaken by the feed. In any case, vitamin D3 coming from whatever source is transported to the liver. In the liver, it's metabolized to 25-hydroxyvitamin D and then transported to the kidneys to metabolize the vitamin D3 into the final product of 1,2,5-dihydroxyvitamin D, which is also called a calcium regulating hormone or the metabolic active form. And this final form of vitamin D3 is regulating if calcium is mobilized from the bones, which might be required during the start of milk production after a cow has calved, or if it's the opposite, that calcium must be stored inside the bones, for example, in growing animals. Sodium, also known as common salt, has very important osmotic functions in the cells. But what does it mean, osmotic functions? Basically, it's responsible for the regulation of the water absorption inside the cells. If there's sodium or salt available in the feed and in the digestive tract or the cells in the intestine will absorb the sodium, and at the same time, because of the higher concentration of sodium in the cells, water will be uptaken. This is especially interesting during hot weather conditions, because due to the hot weather, a lot of sodium is excreted, so a lot of sodium needs to be uptaken by the feed to counteract against the shortage. So at the same time, it's also regulating the acid-base balance. But it's not only important for the electrolyte functions, it's also a co-transporter of glucose. So if nutrients are degraded in the digestive tract and glucose is formed, it needs to be uptaken in the small intestine. But glucose can only be uptaken when sodium is available, because transporters are fixed to transporting glucose and sodium together. So this is another important function. Something that seems a little bit more simple but is actually quite effective is the palatability enhancement. Cattle and other ruminants prefer, or they like, the taste of salt. So they will always prefer a feed that has some amount of salt over other feed with a deficiency of salt. So supplying a small amount of salt inside the feed will already enhance the palatability. On the other hand, a low amount of salt in the feed can reduce the feed intake. It can lead to a dehydration because water cannot be uptaken inside the cells, which can together lead to emaciation of the animals and, of course, poor growth rates. How to check if there's a deficiency of sodium or salt inside the feed? If we observe our animals and we notice that animals are frequently drinking urine or licking soil, it might be a result from a sodium deficiency because the animals are trying to find a source of sodium. This is problematic because it can lead to digestive disorders or other diseases, because soil and urine might contain harmful substances that we do not want our animals to uptake. In the end, I would like to point out that a sufficient supply of water at any time is very crucial, and it's the most important nutrient for our animals to have clean and sufficient amounts of water available at any time, because especially when we might overfeed salt, the animals can still counteract by consuming higher amounts of water. So this is important to point out. Also, magnesium has a very special function inside the body. The most important one being the one for the muscle contraction and the flexibility of tendons. And I try to visualize this muscle contraction function. It's similar to the function of the calcium that I explained during hypocalcemia, when muscles cannot contract. Here, these two bars should represent muscle strains, and between the muscle strains we find some tissues that are very flexible, and these tissues contain calcium and magnesium. And the problem is, when there's a deficiency of magnesium inside the feed, these tissues between the muscle strains become very stiff, so that the muscles cannot contract and cannot move. So animals go down and cannot stand up anymore. And in case of calcium deficiency, this occurs most frequently after calving and freshly calved cows. But when we think about minerals, the magnesium deficiency occurs most likely when animals go out on fresh pasture, because fresh pasture contains in many areas high amounts of potassium, and potassium is an antagonist to magnesium, so that high amounts of potassium limit the absorption of magnesium, and therefore there's a secondary deficiency of magnesium. This is also called grass tetany and occurs, as I mentioned, when animals go outside on fresh pasture. Magnesium is also involved in the calcium and phosphorus metabolism. It regulates, similar to vitamin D3, the calcium uptake and phosphorus uptake. So it can also lead to hypocalcemia and impaired growth of bones in case of a magnesium deficiency. Looking at some numbers, I wrote down some typical raw materials that are used inside ruminant feeds, like different types of grass, whole crop maize, wheat bran, soybean meal, and peanut cake as protein sources. And we can see that the levels of calcium, phosphorus, sodium and magnesium are quite different amongst raw materials. And for example, peanut cake has only 1.3 grams of calcium per kilogram dry matter, whereas ryegrass has 4.6 grams per kilogram of dry matter. So how do we know what do we need to supply to our animals if an analysis is not often available? We can make a simple calculation by considering the bioavailability of the minerals and the requirement, and make an estimation about how much minerals we need to supply to prevent from any kind of deficiency. I mentioned before that there's an influence of potassium on the magnesium absorption. And in general, the magnesium bioavailability from raw materials is not very high in ruminants. You can see here magnesium is available around 15 to 20%. The other minerals have a higher bioavailability. Calcium is approximately double as high, and phosphorus and sodium has an even higher bioavailability. Now I have simply calculated the average concentration of the minerals inside typical ruminant feeds, multiplied with the bioavailability of these minerals, so that as a result we know the bioavailable content of the minerals inside our raw materials. And then I would like to compare this with the requirement of our animals. And I have written down the requirement of young stock, of beef cattle and dairy cows with an average of 25 liters of milk per day. And as you can see, the bioavailable content of calcium on average is only 0.9 grams per kilogram, whereas young stock requires 7.5 gram, beef cattle approximately 4 grams per kilogram, and dairy cows are somewhere in the middle. So it's easy to see that there's a significant deficiency inside our raw materials, so that in young stock we might face bone fractures, we might face low growth rates in beef cattle, and we might face a reduced milk production and hypocalcemia in dairy cows. Similar, we can see also that sodium has only around a half of the concentration that is required in our animal feeds, which leads to a low palatability of the feed, a reduced water intake of the cells, which might lead to dehydration and other problems. Also, the level of magnesium does not even cover 50% of the requirement of our animals. Therefore, it is needed to supply these minerals from other sources to make sure our animals stay healthy and don't show any performance depressions. Now I will come to the second part of my presentation, to the vitamins. And in this chapter, I will focus on the vitamins A, D, 3E. I will also include selenium, as the function is closely linked to the function of vitamin E, but I will also speak about vitamins of the B group, which are considered as semi-essential vitamins for ruminants. But the question I get frequently asked is, do ruminants need vitamins too? Because a lot of people think that animals which are grazing do not require any additional supplement of vitamins because fresh pastures contain high amounts of vitamins. But is that really true? And is there any difference to animals that are consuming conserved forages, as we can see on the right-hand side? I hope that at the end of my presentation, this point will be clear. Starting at the beginning of the alphabet with vitamin A, let's have a look at the natural concentrations. And interestingly, there is no vitamin A found in plants. It's only beta-carotene, which is a vitamin A precursor. Fortunately, ruminants have the ability to convert high amounts of beta-carotene into vitamin A, especially in the ovaries, which is beneficial for the fertility of female cattle and other ruminants, but also in the intestine to use for other purposes. But the problem with beta carotene is that it's found in fresh grasses, as we can see here on the left-hand side. Beta carotene is concentrated in springtime, in lush and fresh grass in high amounts. This amount will even cover the requirement of a high-producing dairy cow. But as we can see over time, when grass is stored or when the vegetation stage goes on, which means when the plant gets older, it will decrease over time, so that at the end of the year, we will not even find 30% of the amount that was contained in the beginning of the year when the grass was still fresh. This is another example from fresh grass to silage to hay. There's a high loss of beta carotene, so that less beta carotene can be converted to vitamin A. So at the end of the year, it's difficult to say if the amount in the feed is still covering the requirement or not. The same problem we are facing with vitamin E. Also, the concentration of vitamin E in lush pasture grass is very high and might even cover the requirement for high-producing animals. But over the year, also the level of vitamin E decreases in fresh grass. But what about compound feed? Is there any vitamins inside compound feed? And unfortunately, there's most likely no vitamins inside due to the storage time, the high temperature during processing, and other negative influence factors on the vitamin stability. So we cannot count on any vitamin levels inside compound feed. So unlike many people think, ruminants are likely to face vitamin deficiency, which is represented in a high incidence of mastitis cases in lactating cows, also metritis cases due to retained placenta in freshly calved cows, vitamin A deficiency, which can be seen here in the calf because vitamin A is responsible for the production of vision pigments, but also vitamin B1 deficiency in this cattle and this sheep can be a result of vitamin deficiency. So yes, the question is answered. Ruminants need vitamins too. But it's not only about clinical cases, it's also about performance, because we want our animals to perform, right? So this research shows very impressively how vitamin deficiency and inflammation processes can negatively impact the performance. In this trial, there was a daily subcutaneous injection of tumor necrosis factor alpha from 1 day postpartum after calving until 7 days postpartum. So a highly inflammatory agent was injected into fresh cows. And what was the result? The result was an increase, of course, in this inflammatory parameter in the blood of the cows, but also an increase in haptoglobin. And haptoglobin is the counterpart to hemoglobin. Hemoglobin is carrying oxygen through the body. So there are negative biomarkers found inside the blood which show the negative effect of this injection. But as in animal performance, also the dry matter intake was measured, the milk production and the energy from milk that was produced by the animals. And we can see that there was a significant decrease in dry matter intake with increasing levels of injecting this inflammatory agent. And there was also a significant drop in milk production from 33.7 liters per day to 28.4. Of course, at the same time, also the energy output from milk decreased significantly. So yes, if there's inflammation inside the body, the immune system consumes high amount of glucose, which is required to fight the infection, which is not available for milk production, for growth, or for meat production anymore, so that in the end we will see a negative impact on performance. And I think this is reason enough to think about how much vitamins we need to add. From scientific point of view, we call these situations when inflammatory processes start oxidative stress. And this is represented by a disbalance between oxidants and antioxidants inside the animal's body. Oxidants are those factors which are enhancing inflammatory processes like imbalanced feed rations, heat stress, overcrowded barns, shortage of feed, any infections, or anything we can think of that might have a negative impact on our animals. On the antioxidant side, we can provide the right nutrients to fight against these oxidants, which can be vitamin E, selenium, vitamin A, and natural polyphenols. These inflammation processes in the cow's body or in the animal's body are often started by these so-called reactive substances, which are molecules with a free electron on the outer shell. And these electrons are trying to find binding partners, and they are circulating through the animal's body and trying to attach to any cellular membrane, for example in the udder, where a mastitis can start, inside the claws, where laminitis can be caused, or in the digestive tract that causes digestive disorders. So any kind of disease often starts from the point of reactive agents circulating through the body. This is a so-called cellular membrane, which we see here on the photo, and here we have these reactive agents. So the reactive agents, they will try to bind to any kind of cellular membrane, and if they manage to do so, they will destroy the structures and cause a disease. If we provide sufficient amounts of vitamin E, the animal can fight against these reactive oxygen species, because vitamin E, as a fat-soluble antioxidant, is able to catch these free radicals so that they cannot harm the cellular membrane. At the same time, there are natural polyphenols which are able to fulfill the same function of vitamin E and even give further benefits to animal health. Just as important is vitamin C and water-soluble polyphenols, because they are able to reactivate vitamin E, take the free radicals of the vitamin E molecules, so they are reactivated and able to catch even more of those agents. Vitamin A has similar functions. It's also protecting cellular membranes and tissues inside the animal's body. It's producing vision pigments, so that in the end the symptoms that we see during deficiency of vitamin E and vitamin A are quite similar. So we can also summarize vitamin A together with vitamin E, C, and natural polyphenols. Also very important to mention here is the enzymatic system, because as a final step, the free radicals must be degraded. So it's basically the rubbish bin of the body. So these selenium-dependent enzymes like superoxy dismutase and glutathione peroxidase will finally degrade those free radicals and completely eradicate them so they cannot harm the animals anymore. Earlier in my presentation, I talked about the bioavailability of minerals. And also, when we talk about selenium, it's important to know that not all selenium sources are equal. And that's why in this picture, it's represented how the different sources of selenium are digested. And the standard source of selenium is sodium selenide. Sodium selenide will enter the rumen, which is the first part of the picture, and the rumen microbes, which are able to do so many good things. In this case, they are doing bad things because they form partly elementary selenium, and this form of selenium is no longer available for absorption, so that it's excreted with the feces. And the problem is when high amounts of selenium are not available for absorption, free radicals cannot be degraded, are accumulated in the cells of the body, and cause a disease. So we need to make sure that high amounts of selenium are absorbed. So there are two different strategies, and one of the strategies is used by us. This product is called Miavit Selenium, and it's a coated selenium source. So it means that the selenium particles are coated with a fat layer so that the rumen microbes cannot degrade or change the chemical structure of the selenium, so that all of the selenium that we are feeding can be absorbed in the small intestine. So we have an absorption rate of almost 100% of the selenium that we are feeding. And by doing so, we make sure the immune system of the animals is strong and has sufficient amounts of selenium-dependent enzymes to degrade free radicals, so that animals have a low risk to face any kind of disease. To summarize, what are the consequences of vitamin deficiency, especially considering the vitamins A, E, D3, and also selenium as complex? So first of all, we can see a higher disease incidence and higher mortality rates amongst all ruminant species. In young and newborn ruminants, we can often face white muscular disease or reduced suckling reflex in newborns. This is a result of a deficiency of antioxidants, vitamin E, selenium, and vitamin A during the gestating phase of a female animal, because the unborn lamb or calf inside the body of these animals will absorb the nutrients that are fed to the mother, and therefore, when it's born, a sufficient storage of these nutrients will be found inside their bodies. But if we do not feed the gestating animals sufficiently, the newborns will already face a deficiency and therefore face, for example, white muscular disease, which is represented by an incapability of moving these muscles. Therefore, they will not suckle and not drink any milk. In dairy cattle, we can see an increased incidence of retained placenta and metritis, and also the fertility will be impaired as in lower conception rates and higher amounts of abortions. Especially in the fresh milking phase, within 60 days after calving, there's a higher incidence of mastitis. So also this can be a result of vitamin deficiency. So there are many different aspects in the daily life of the animal where vitamins play an important role. Now I have covered the essential vitamins, vitamin A, D3 and E, but there's a special group, and these so-called semi-essential vitamins can be produced in a fully developed and healthy rumen. And it's very important to point that out, because if the rumen is not healthy or not developed, these vitamins cannot be produced, so they need to be supplied via feed. And that's why they are not called not essential vitamins, but semi-essential vitamins. And what does it mean, healthy rumen? This picture in the middle shows a typical layering of a rumen on the inside. So inside the rumen, which is the main digestive organ of the ruminant, we will find like a big tank with half full of liquid. And on top of this liquid phase, there's a fiber mat that consists of millions and millions of microbes. But this fiber mat is very important, and this can only be built when the feed consists of sufficient amounts of fiber. If there's not enough fiber inside the feed ration, this fiber mat cannot be built, and the rumen microbes have no habitat to live, which means as a result they cannot produce any vitamins. And that's why it's so important to understand about ruminant feeding, that ruminants are grazers and fiber degraders, and they need a certain amount of fiber inside their ration to build up this fiber mat to make sure feed is digested, of course, but also essential nutrients can be produced. Considering young and newborn ruminants, it's important to know that young ruminants are born as monogastric animals. So there's a second stomach in which the milk is digested, and the rumen is a non-developed organ at this stage. So on the top left, we can see the rumen at the very beginning of life when animals are only eating or consuming milk. So the rumen is not developed and it does not have a function. So it's very important to start the rumen development early, because after we stop milk feeding and wean our young animals like calves or lambs, they need to rely on what they can digest inside the rumen. So it's important to feed them with milk for long enough periods so they can overcome this period in which the rumen is not developed. Also, it's important to feed roughage to build up a fiber mat inside the rumen and to give the rumen microbes a habitat to live. But also it's important to feed concentrate because it will improve the absorption surface inside the rumen, and also it will increase the growth rates because it has a higher concentration of nutrients. And if we feed in this manner, then the rumen at the end of the milk feeding phase will look like this, very large, made for a high feed consumption and also very well developed to absorb nutrients. But if we only feed milk and roughage or milk and concentrate, the rumen cannot digest or cannot digest properly and not develop properly, so that also B vitamins cannot be produced. This is important to consider, and this is what I mean when I say a fully developed and healthy rumen. If there is a healthy and fully developed rumen, there's a huge amount and high number of nutrients that are produced. I'm not going into detail into every single vitamin here, but what we can say is that these water-soluble vitamins or semi-essential vitamins have many different catalytic functions, or they act as control mechanisms in the metabolism. So they are really crucial to get the whole system and the whole body going and to achieve high growth rates. So this is something we should really consider when we are feeding our animals. Just one example, I think it's the most important thing to say about the water-soluble vitamins. It's the vitamin B1 or thiamine deficiency. And vitamin B1 is responsible for the energy supply of the brain and the glucolysis inside the brain. And that's why a vitamin B1 deficiency will lead immediately to central nervous system dysfunctions, because the brain will not be supplied with sufficient amounts of glucose. So we will see immediate effects like anorexia, inability to move, and this typical stretching of head to the back. So this is a clinical sign of vitamin B1 deficiency, and this is often the case when too high amounts of concentrates are fed and too low amounts of fiber, so that, as I mentioned, animals are facing ruminal acidosis, cannot produce vitamins, and result in this problematic situation. So let's get to the last part of my presentation. It's about the trace elements, some parts of selenium, iron, zinc, manganese, and copper. I already talked about the function of selenium, but I just would like to give you one example how different trace elements or minerals in general are distributed in soil worldwide. And this map shows the selenium concentration in soil worldwide. The darker the color, the dark green, the higher the concentration of selenium. So we see different parts of Northern Europe, North America, and also some parts of Asia, which are facing high amounts of selenium in the soil. But at the same time, some regions, especially the deserts and the arid zones, they often face selenium deficiency. So it's very different distributed in soils worldwide. And even in one country, I picked out Nigeria here as a small picture, we can see that it even differs within one country. On the coastline, I guess in the rather humid zone, there's a higher concentration in the soil, but the further we go inland, the lower the concentration in the soil is. And that's why on the one hand, it's important to know more or less what is inside, but also to make sure there's no deficiency in the feed ration. Similar to what we've learned about minerals, especially magnesium, is that there are antagonists. And in trace elements, it's expressed even more significantly compared to the minerals. And one of the most important antagonists inside feed or inside water is iron and manganese. In this picture, we can see water which is high in iron, which is represented by this reddish brownish color. And this is the problem when there's high amount of iron inside the water, the copper absorption will be reduced, and therefore animals might face a copper deficiency even though we supply high enough amounts of copper. And there are numerous antagonists and antagonistic functions, as we can see here in this big picture. And it's not only about antagonists, it's also about binding. Some minerals might even bind others, so they are not available for absorption anymore. So trace elements is really a critical topic we should think about. So how can we see whether our animals have a deficiency? Because as I already said many times, ruminants are quite resistant, so often we will not notice if there's any kind of deficiency. But every trace element has some very specific signs to look for to give an idea about whether there's a deficiency or not. And speaking about copper, it's very famous, these so-called copper glasses. It's represented by a depigmentation of the hair around the eyes, and this comes from the role of copper in the pigmentation of the hair. So any kind of depigmentation might give an indication for a copper deficiency. Also, zinc has very important functions in the skin structure, in the formation of hair follicles, and all these different aspects in the skin development. So any problems with the skin might give a hint to a zinc deficiency, but in this case we have to be careful. We need to decide clearly if it's a zinc deficiency or if it might be parasitical infection. This looks sometimes very similar, so it's often recommended to do a clear analysis of the animals, whether it's a deficiency or a disease. Regarding manganese, the most significant effect we can see in manganese deficiency is a shortening of the tendons, and this is most often the case in newborn ruminants like calves. So if a lot of calves are born with the tendons short, then it might be a manganese deficiency. There are just so many functions to mention. Trace elements have numerous functions inside the body, but just to give the overall picture, I can say that trace elements, especially selenium, has an important function in the reproduction of animals. In general health aspects, there's also selenium, zinc, copper, and iodine involved. But in general, we can also say that all of these elements are involved in the milk production and in the growth of animals. For example, cobalt is improving the feed digestion inside the rumen. It's responsible for producing vitamin B12, which is also involved in the energy metabolism of the cattle. So it's really an endless story how much functions the trace elements have. Just to give one specific example, how are trace elements influencing claw stability? We have to consider especially growing animals and heavy animals like this cattle on the picture. They need very strong claws to be able to carry the body weight. Imagine a cattle sometimes weighs 500, 600, 700 kilograms, and they are standing just on the 2 toes, so they must be very stable to be able to hold all this weight. And in this case, there are 2 main trace elements involved, which is zinc. It's responsible for the production of fibrous proteins, which is necessary for the elasticity and the structure of the claws. It's responsible for the formation of the claws and also, as mentioned, for the wound healing and the immune system. Copper, on the other hand, is involved in connecting the claw cells that are produced with the help of zinc and also to build up the connective tissues between the cells. So these are just 2 examples how trace elements work inside the animal's body. Yeah, I hope in my talk today I could give you some insights into the importance of vitamins and minerals. I hope I could make it clear that a sufficient supply of essential vitamins and minerals is crucial for maintaining health and performance. And I can assure you that animals will respond in the short and in the long term in a positive way. Short term being milk production, growth rates, health problems that might be solved, and in the long term, fertility, bone structures, claw structures, and other things. So there will definitely be an effect when we supply the right amount of nutrients. Considering vitamins, they are especially important in the support of the immune system, but also think about digestive aspects like the vitamin B1 or generally the B vitamin group. Minerals in general represent important building elements like for the bones, for the tendons, for the claws, and for the hair, for any other tissues inside the body. All this knowledge we have put together in one complete package. And this Super Kettle Mineral Vitamin Lick contains a well thought blend of minerals. It contains calcium, phosphorus, sodium, and magnesium. It contains the complete package of vitamins, the essential ones, vitamin A, D3, and E, and also the semi-essential ones of the B group to make sure young animals are supplied well and also animals during any kind of digestive disorder to make sure they recover very fast. Also, the product contains natural antioxidants which can support the function of vitamin E and selenium. Speaking about selenium, also trace elements are contained according to the local requirements. So we checked the local levels inside typical raw materials and adjusted the formula accordingly. I would like to highlight especially the highly bioavailable selenium with a protective layer so the rumen microbes are not able to change the chemical structure. Some additional features round off the product, like aromatic substances and sweeteners to ensure a superior palatability. Last but not least, it's suitable for all ruminants. Speaking about all ruminants, this is our feeding recommendation. For dairy cows, depending on the performance level, 100 to 200 grams per animal and day. For calves, small and medium-sized cattle, we recommend between 50 and 100 grams per day. And for larger cattle, you can supply a little bit more, between 100 and 150 grams. The product is also suitable for sheep and goat with a dosage of 30 to 50 grams per day, for horses 25 grams per day, and for camels with 50 grams. It is recommended as a basic supply during production phases, as a additional supplement during disease or during any kind of stress condition, transition period, weaning phase, or any kind of period where an additional supply of nutrients are needed. And by saying this, I would like to thank you for your attention. It was a great pleasure to give this speech today, and I wish you good luck and all the best in your farms and with your animals. Thank you and goodbye. Hello and welcome all the way from Germany to our seminar today. My name is Corinna Ingmans and I'm the head of ruminant nutrition at Miavit. It's my pleasure to be with you here today to speak about the interesting topic of
yield. So if we don't have, because if they don't have access to good vitamins and minerals as a supplement, at the end of the day, we will see that what we will see is low milk yield and low meat, and the quality of the meat will also be affected. That is why we see so many times the calves will not survive, will die. Because of what? Because of lack of nutrients. So what we are trying to say is that ruminant animals requires supplements. And what we have from Miavit and from Agricare Std+, we have mineral leak. So it is not just ordinary salt leak that we need to add or to give as supplement. Because when we give salt and we don't give minerals, what we will see is that it will still affect their yield. What we are looking for milk yield and meat quality. We want good meat and we want good yield. So now, if we don't add the supplement, all the trace vitamins and minerals that Corinna has explained, everything has been embedded nínú product wa yìí. So this product is not only for cow. This one is for cow, it's for all ruminant animals. Goat, sheep, all of them can use this one. Ram can use this one. So it's different. It is different from the one they will produce. They will say is ordinary for milk yield. This one, with this one, you will produce more milk than what you are producing right now. So we need this mineral leak from Agricare, embedded with vitamin E. Vitamin E selenium, like he explained, is also there, present in this one, that will help productivity, helps production too. So it is very, very important for us to add this mineral leak as supplement to feed our ruminant animals. You want to say something? No. And also for fattening. We are doing meat production, for fattening, it is very, very important. So the reason why our ruminant animals are not doing well is because of lack of vitamins and minerals. Everything is inside here. Give it to your ruminant animals. In the area of dairy cows, you will have more milk production. In the area of fattening, you also need this one. So we put everything together. Everything is said, this is what we have for it. So I want to employ every ruminant farmers to get this and check it. By the time we give it to our cows, we will see the kind of quality and the kind of production that we have afterwards. Okay. And for the people that also want to check our products, we also have a sales stand outside. By the time we are going, we'll see our product. Our products, all the products are also outside. So you have opportunity to buy at a discounted rate when you get there too. So finally, we want to go to the presentation of awards to our major customers because without you, there cannot be us. It is because of you that Miavit has traveled all the way from Germany, every part of the world. They came from Germany, Tunisia, Spain, from every part of the world, and Agricare, Nigeria too. It is because of you that we are here. And we deem it fit that this collaboration between our customers and Agricare with Miavit, we want to tell you that we appreciate you so much for everything that you have done with us. The great partnership over the years, we want to say we appreciate you so much. So as a way of our token, we have an award for our customers which we are going to present this evening. And I'm going to invite our MD, CEO, Agricare Std, and I also invite Mr. Pablo to come so that you can do presentation to our esteemed customers this evening. Please come, sir. So I'll call them so that you can present them the award. Okay. So stay on the stage. So you can stay there. Okay, David. Yes, Mr. David, for an award. Please help me to celebrate him. So you can, so that I take pictures with him. You present to him and take picture. There. Stay here so that. We have TJ Fish and Fisheries. You're welcome, sir. So the next we have Yamfi Farms. Yamfi Farms, all the way from Offa. Come here. Don't film me. We need somebody here. Thank you so much. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for your patronage, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we have Whitewood Vet. Whitewood Vet. Please help me to celebrate Oga as Oga is coming.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently.
We have all the way from Ibadan. We have Enikin Multinational Limited. Please help me to celebrate him.
Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
We have Aromokeye Vet. Aromokeye Vet. Aromokeye Vet.
Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see?
We have all the way from Ijebu-Ode. We have Epicets Global Venture. Epicets Global Venture. Please, let's celebrate him all the way from Ijebu-Ode. From Kwara State, we have Alasini Fish Farms. Alasini Fish Farms.
To be the best, number one, nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have
We have from Shonga, we have Valentine Chickens Limited. Valentine Chickens Limited. Okay. Valentine Chickens Limited.
Stand up, stand up
We have from Kwara State, we have B&G Freedom Ventures. B&G Freedom Ventures. B&G.
Weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions.
We have from Kwara State, we have DK Vet, Kwara State, DK Vet, Kwara State. We have from Ogbomoso, Additional Vet. Additional Vet.
Nothing less. Lead me to my destiny.
All the way from Lagos, we have All Right Investment. From Lagos, All Right Investment from Lagos.
I know I can count on me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions.
All the way from Lagos, we have Solvic Global Vet.
For the champions, stand up for the champions, for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Okay, we all together like to thank every one of you, both those who have made it from the very early morning until this very moment, and those who have left. We have a great deal of appreciation for all of you. We are very thankful to all of you here today. Having to honor the invitation of Agricare. We are very, very pleased with the entire team for your audience, for your attention, and for the support that you have given to Agricare, unwavering support that you have given to Agricare. With your invitation at all times, we will always be there to work together, especially, like I said before, at the very beginning, at this turbulent period, together we'll be able to go through successfully. And we'd like to thank every one of you. And the little token that we brought before all of you, our esteemed customers, we are very, very pleased. We are very grateful that you accepted our token, and it's just the beginning of what is to come. And my great friends, I didn't really want to mention people because there are just too many. You have Mr. Ayo here, Mr. TJ, Mr. David, Dr. Shitu. Agricare has a great friends here. And so it's like a home. they have made it to be for us. And on behalf of the team, Mr. Femi, you have Dr. Elias, Mr. Pablo, Dr. Ahmed, Mr. Amin, Mr. Moses, Mr. Michael, the big man here in this state, Mr. Sheung, and Mr. Moses, and yourself, Dr. Othman. We all send our greetings to everyone, and we are very, very grateful to be with you all. And we are thankful for the endless patience that you had. No one had expected that at this time of the day, which is around 4:30 as we speak, or 4 o'clock as we speak, person will still be sitting inside this hall. So we really, really appreciate you, and you have made our day and made us proud. There's Mr. Abayomi there too. So for the mineral leak, we will. It is an interesting thing to listen to. So we will send you, as soon as we have your email address, we will send you the presentation. There are two. We only listen to one. There is the calf one, there is the adult cow. We will send it forth to all of you. Take your time and listen to it. Learn from it. It's very, very comprehensive. It's very, very intensive. And it's much solution finding. So that you can do whatever business you have chosen to do, you can do it successfully and happily and profitably. Thank you very much. My name remains Mr. Fidelis Muru, the head of the company.
For the closing prayer, I want to call on Dr. Shitu to give us the closing prayer.
Thank you very much, everybody. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alayhim ghayril maghdubi 'alayhim. Amin. Amin.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. God bless you. God bless you.
I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. They see me coming, then they shout hallelujah. Every day it be like a new year. Overseas they want chop me like suya. I know big dog for this dunya. Tire so greasy, you they dance like Chris Breezy, easy. I'm on my wrist, they code, they freeze you. Them know they call me Mr. Money for no reason. I see they go, I'm a piano. We go show, we go let them know. Now we they run the town and any show. Bigger than any woe, stronger than any foe. Bad man flows, put them on their toes. On the low, the girl them know. My bed is short, down South Jamo, Colorado. Pass me the fatty jumbo. Piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know.
Yeah, Ojuko, Okonigiran. Bad bitches want to wale sherry one. Turn me up, oh yeah, carry on. Shake your caravan for the Don Corleone. What the fuck, get it on the floor. I can never fall, RIP to 44. I'm trading all of my sorrow now for my peace. I'm glad I made it, had a belly of the beast. From the ground up, niggas stand up. See the fandom, we know the random. But we done shine down, and then they never done. I'm telling y'all, better get the memorandum. One thing I know, I'm a piano, all of my piano. No, Messi I know, Italiano, Lucky Luciano, killing bitches all I know.
Piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. I see they go, I'm a piano. We go show, we go let them know. Now we dey run the town and any show. Bigger than any wall, stronger than any foe. Bad man flows, put them on their toes. On the low, the girl them know. My bed short down South Jamo, Colorado. Pass me the fatty jumbo.